see. Test. There we go. Okay. That's better. Let me turn myself down just a teeny bit. Okay. Hopefully that is a good volume. And now I shall get the Scott. Let's see. Do. Hello?
Hello.
Hey!
Hey, Corey.
How was you today?
Okay, I guess.
Okay, hopefully you'll be better with Danganronpa. We get to meet
So
friends.
We get to what?
Hopefully it gets better with Danganronpa. That your day gets better.
Chiaki and Gundam make things better.
Okay, there we go. So me do. Good stuff. Cool. Okay. Last time we made some friends. And we basically finished like the island mode kinda. There's still the trip ticket stuff, which I did some of them. So we have 5 people we can talk to. That's like at the very end of the days. So same thing. Everybody's ready to go. Everybody's doing their thing. Da. Yeah, bond. Ba. Yep. Okay. So we got, I think 5 people. Yeah, so we got 5 people to talk to today. With our favorite buddy.
Oh yeah, everybody's favorite psychopath.
Yeah, we'll talk to him last. Let's talk with Terra first. Today is the last day we'll get to see this place together like this. Looking back on it, it was a pretty crazy survival experience, but it was fun too. Regardless of everything that happened, nobody died. The school trip is finally coming to an end. I didn't know what was going to happen when we were suddenly taken here, but I'm glad I came to this island. That's how I feel. That goes for me too. Thanks to this trip, I became friends with you and the others. Yep, it was so much fun. Though it was pretty hard for me to handle these customers and their strong, unique personalities. After all, everyone has different foods they like. Geez, I sure did spoil them. You're right, we had people who were willing to eat anything, but we also had an actual princess, too. I guess Terra had a pretty hard time listening to everyone's orders. But still, based on my experiences here, I feel like I've grown as a cook, too. And thanks to my time with you, you helped me remember something important. Oh wait, hold on. Can I want to increase their voices if I can. Options. Voice. Yeah. Just make their voice a little louder.
Well done.
So, since you're basically my benefactor, I'd like to extend you an invitation. Invitation? To where? Isn't it obvious? The restaurant where my culinary journey first began. My home. Terra's home? If I remember right, that place is it is a diner. I remember now. Your home is a diner, right? Hey, now I'd prefer if you call it a fashionable, folksy, intimate Japanese restaurant.
Hey.
The Hanamaru Diner is pretty well known, you know. Well, that's mainly because the next closest restaurant is 2 mountains over. So that restaurant is pretty much the only choice. I never knew your hometown was in the countryside. Well, I don't care about the location of my bratty siblings, but I definitely want you to meet my ma.
Understand.
And not just that, my dishes truly shine when they're cooked in the Hanamaru Diner's kitchen. I want you to experience eating there for me. Tero, I'll definitely go there. I look forward to the day when I can eat the world-class dishes you prepare. Of course, just leave it to me. Man, Ma's going to be so happy too. After all, I told her the next time I came home I'd be bringing my future wife with me. Wait, who's that? Never mind the details.
Ciao.
Come on, let's go to our sparkling future filled with hope. I should probably clear some things up, but it's fine for now. Tera looks like he's having fun. Like he said, our future is definitely filled with hope now. I don't know if what I'm feeling right now is hope, but I feel like I can move forward because of it. Is there anyone else who would do? So yeah, he finally admits that he lives in the countryside.
Doesn't his mom...
Yes, his mom is dead. And his siblings.
Did he,
Cook
them
her.
all?
Yes.
Okay, then.
Yes. I still need to show you what their, like, the spare designs are and stuff, because they're really cool. Except, the ultimate imposter. He's kind of dumb looking, but...
Gotcha. Yeah, I went from having a warm and fuzzy feeling inside from Tera's words, and then remembering what he did to his family, then it just became heartburn.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, it's so sad. Okay, let's talk to Akane. Today's the last day, we'll see the place together, blah, 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 regardless of everything, everybody died. Man, that went by fast. I thought it'd be boring at first, but it wasn't like that at all. It was really fun. A school trip? That's what you call this, right? I've never done anything like this before. Yeah, unless it's a school trip, you don't typically get to go on a trip with lots of other people. Wait, huh? Don't you have a training camp for gymnastics? Well, yeah. But tournaments are usually far away, so I stay at hotels and stuff. It's more like work, really. Getting excited with everyone like this and doing lots of fun stuff every day is completely different. That was the purpose of this school trip, right? You know, what was it again? The reason we were brought here, as I recall, the purpose of this strange school trip was, to kill each other. No, to gather hope fragments. Kill each other. As I recall, we were supposed to gather hope fragments, right? In the end, I still have no idea what that even meant.
I got it.
Really? I feel like I understand a little now. Huh?
Yeah.
Yep, up till now, I thought people just needed food to live.
It's not like
That's
that.
not wrong, but you need more than that. People need to connect with something so they can have hope. Hope is what makes us human. You're the one who taught me that, you know? Kane. You're kind of making me blush. Hey, Hajime, there's something I've been thinking about. What? Well, you know, would it be weird? Huh? What are you saying?
So,
Like I said, you know, that. It's like, after all this time, I kind of, want to try talking like that, but to you. So I want to know, would it be weird if I talked more girly? That wouldn't be weird at all. Jeez, you're making me blush. Why are you blushing? You're making me blush. I don't know why, but when I'm around you, I feel like talking like that. I get it. Just don't make that scary face. Shut up, I was born with this face. Damn it. I feel a little weak. You better take responsibility for this. Yeah, just leave it to me. I firmly held her hand. Despite how she said it, Akane also gave me something important too. Before I came to this island, I never felt this feeling of happiness growing inside my heart. Holding hands is probably my own personal symbol of hope. Is there anyone else you'd like to talk to? Yeah. Let's talk to Fihiko now. Today is the last day we'll get to see this place together like this. Blah, 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 blah. Now we can finally go back to the free world, huh? I was ready to kill everyone responsible for abducting us to this crazy place. But surprisingly, now that it's over, it wasn't that bad.
Jeez.
Instead of being scared of me and my name's reputation, all you idiots were really nice to me. Well, how shall I put it? It was fun. Yeah, it really was. If this whole thing hadn't happened, I probably never would have had the opportunity to meet you. Yeah, seriously. I don't usually cross paths with a regular bastard like you. Don't say that so happily. But the school trip ended up becoming a good memory. I never thought I'd go on a trip with people the same age as me. You can do it again. Huh? Let's go somewhere again. Even if it's nearby, let's do it with everyone. Yeah, you're right.
Anyway.
But still, everything that happened here is gonna be a special memory for me. Especially the fact that you and I were sworn brothers now.
Yo.
Hey Hajime, what do you think I need to become the boss? A leader's requirements, huh? I'm sure there are a lot, but Fihiko probably needs, height. Courage. I think courage. Maybe courage? I feel like you need that in general, not just to become the boss. Giving it to me, Strana. I know, I won't run anymore. Not from my own weaknesses, not from her, and not from being compared to my little sister. I'll become a man who deserves to run the family business, and with my own hands, I'll rule the world. I'll never stumble, and I'll definitely never die. Not until this dream of mine is fulfilled. Never. Yeah, I know you can do it, Fihiko. I'll be rooting for you, so... Huh? Why are you acting like you have no part in this, bastard? Huh? Live or die, you and I are together. You better bolster your fighting spirit and follow me. I figured that would happen. I just wanted to live a normal life. We exchanged cups. Your life is already mine. So, don't go dying without me. Got it? I took his outstretched hand with my own and gripped it firmly. I'm honestly just happy that Fihiko trusts me so much. Before I came to this island, I had never felt this feeling of happiness growing inside my heart. I don't know if this is hope, but because of this feeling, I feel like I can move forward. Is there anyone else you'd like to talk to? Yes. Let's talk to the best boy, the bestest of boys, the Gundam Tanaka. The best boy.
Oh man.
Today's last day, So we are finally being released from this meaningless farce. Well, I could have easily destroyed the space-time barrier at any time, or any point. I never knew that was an option. But if that's the case, why did you choose to stay here? That's... because there were a lot of interesting things.
Listen well.
Additionally, I learned several things by being in close proximity to you fiends. By encountering a singularity like you, my destiny has changed drastically. Hajime, you of all people should be able to tell just how my soul has been transformed.
Let me ask.
After all, you are my soul's chosen companion. What the heck did this become so melodramatic? Well, that aside, the thing that changed about Gundam is, look weaker now, you become more you're kinder. You're right, you've become kinder somehow. I feel like your smiles are more natural than they were before.
What?
What did you say?
Impossible.
Possible? How could I, of all people, get infected by such a virus? Seems I must immediately obtain some blood serum. He seems resistant. If so... Oh. I don't know what... Maybe this one? Have you become even more atrocious? It seems you sensed it too. Truly, I am different than before.
My name is Gundam Tanaka.
I am the beholder of these gardens' undying purgatory, the supreme conqueror of Twilight, Gundam Tanaka. Yeah. So what is the great and powerful Gundam going to do now? Are you plotting world domination? I have no interest in something so trivial. The fools running the human world can stay in power. I just want to live a quiet life with my 4 dark devas of destruction, their families, and... with you, Gundam. What's with that dumbfounded face? From now on, you will fully assist me with my magical beast synthesis. Oh my gosh.
You okay?
Yeah, this is like coughing. I don't know why. Okay, better. Until this life ends, you must stay by my side as my slave slash manservant slash sacrifice slash housekeeper slash friend. What was that last part? You're overthinking things.
Let's go, Jopi, Magazi, Sandy, Champi.
Now that's decided, let's go back, Hajime. Back to the true world where we belong. I took his outstretched hand with my own and gripped it firmly. Although I still worry about Gundam's future, I'm just really happy that he trusts me so much. Before I came to this island, I had never felt this feeling of happiness growing inside my heart. I don't know if this is hope, but because I have this feeling, I feel like I can move forward. And then, of course, the one, the only, Nagito.
Please no. We can just skip him, right?
No, I think we should talk to him.
No, I think everybody else should go back to the real world, and Nagito just stays here
Just stay
forever.
here.
Yep.
Today is the last day we'll get to see this place together like this. Looking back on it, it was a pretty crazy survival experience, but it was fun too. Regardless of everything that happened, nobody died. So this ends with nothing happening. For such an over-the-top beginning, this end is rather dull. I was actually forward to an elaborate life or death spectacle. I really didn't mind killing or getting killed just to see Hope on this island. So, just what is this wishy-washy conclusion? I'm sorry I made you go along with something so wishy-washy then. Hajime, you're so hasty. You need to listen to everything I'm about to say. I believe that being involved in all of this was the worst case of bad luck. That's exactly why I expected amazing luck would happen on this island. And that's why I'm hesitating. Is this ending good luck? Or just more bad luck?
Hey.
What do you think, Hajime? How am I supposed to know that? I don't know. Who knows? I have no idea. Don't say that. Give me a real answer. You've been with me this whole time. You should know. If you say so, good luck? I think it was good luck. If you think about the situation when we came here, the fact that we can go home safely must be good luck.
Huh?
Really? Do you really think something this silly is good luck? I guess Nagito doesn't think okay, bad luck, I guess. And again, this wishy-washy ending, as you put it, is probably bad luck?
Hajime.
Hajime, I thought I would die on this island. I thought I would finally be released from the cycle of good and bad luck. But I was clinging to false hope. I was always looking for hope somewhere within my sight, or within my reach. But now, it's different. The times I've spent with you on this island has taught me that hope was inside me from the very beginning. This isn't good luck that you were able to realize that? Then isn't it good luck that you were able to realize that?
Wait.
That's such a naive way of thinking. I mean, how would I even find something that abstract inside me?
Jeez.
But even so, I found out there's hope inside my heart. Then you can't really think about dying or killing anymore, huh? You don't want to erase your own hope, right? Seriously, this is such bad luck.
Listen carefully.
I think it's time I was blessed with some good luck, even if it's just a little bit.
Now then.
That's why I feel like I can finally say it. What?
Hajime.
Will you be my friend? Huh? Oh, that's it? So that was all just for fun? Of course, I can do that easily. I took his outstretched hand with my own and gripped it firmly. There might be a day where Nagito and I can finally understand each other in a meaningful way. Before I came to this island, I had never felt this feeling of happiness growing inside my heart. I don't know this hope, but because I have this feeling, I feel like I can move forward. With this, our life on this tropical island has come to an end. Okay. You save. Okay.
I like all the endings to all the characters on this alternate timeline thing. Except Nagito's. It feels kind of empty. It feels empty and unfinished. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we could read this. If you want. This has to do with, I haven't actually read that novel that says it's on the top. I don't know what it is. It's a character introduction? Okay, so no, it's all the characters from the first game. But this is like a what-if scenario of the first game. Would you like to read it?
Sure.
Okay. What should I do with this? Makoto Naegi was at loss. Despite his hesitation, his situation was extremely simple and composed of 3 key factors. The first factor was that Makoto was currently locked inside a school. Hope Peak Academy is a school for the privileged elite, and each student attending possesses ultimate talent. Makoto was chosen to attend Hope Peak Academy by a lottery held to select the ultimate lucky student. When he arrived for his first day of school, he immediately lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he saw all the exits and windows had been sealed shut. The next factor was Monokuma, a mysterious robot bear being operated by the mastermind, and the announcement he made to all the students. "You'll be living your whole life in this academy," he declared. "If you want to leave, then kill someone and become the Blackened." The strange remote-controlled robot was telling Makoto and his fellow Ultimates to start killing each other in exchange for their freedom. They learned that more than one Monokuma exists, and that each one contains a bomb to prevent anyone from attacking them. On top of that, Monokuma announced that anyone who attempted to harm him would receive punishment. The third and final factor was the red button that Makoto was currently holding in his hand. The words "escape button" were cruelly written on this button in marker. And though the first two factors were certainly causes for panic, Makoto only seemed at a loss over the third. During his free time, Makoto noticed the school store was open, and his curiosity got the better of him. He was overwhelmed by the disjointed atmosphere upon entering, but his attention soon focused on a strange vending machine. The words "Mono Mono Machine" were written on it, and it seemed to accept the strange bear-patterned coins that they sometimes found inside the school. It seems like a bad idea, but Makoto thought there might be a chance that this machine could dispense some way of escaping the school. And so, he inserted the only coin he had into the coin slot. And the result was the escape button mentioned earlier. There's a limit to how much you can tease us. Maybe the mastermind who trapped us in here is making a crude joke. These thoughts filled Makoto's mind, and he began to feel deeply discouraged. However, there's always a chance, right? Makoto was just an ordinary boy, and he'll only gain entry to Hope Peak Academy through a lottery to find the ultimate lucky student. Maybe that luck was the real deal. If this button is real, maybe I can let Sayaka... Makoto took a deep slow breath, and pressed the button. Instantly, pain burst through his entire body. Argh! Makoto's arms and legs went limp as he lost balance and fell to the floor in a crumpled heap. As he breathed heavily, it dawned on him what had just happened. I got electrocuted? He looked down at the button in his hand and noticed a small needle sticking out of it. Makoto quickly surmised that an electric current must have been running through it. After regaining enough of his strength to stand back up, Makoto thought about it once again. I should have known it was a fake. Just how sick and twisted was the mastermind? My head still feels a little woozy. I should go back to my room and rest today. With that in mind, Makoto walked out of the school store with slow, careful steps. But Makoto didn't know yet. If the escape button really was a fake, it would have been an act of mercy from the mastermind. A small bear-shaped shadow began moving around inside the now empty school store. The shadow, Monokuma, stood before the mono machine and stared at it silently. But after some time had passed, he began to laugh, a cold, hollow laugh, utterly devoid of emotion. Despite the fact that he was alone, Monokuma began to talk, almost as if he was speaking to someone. Perhaps Monokuma was talking directly to the mastermind controlling him. I only put that in the Mono Mono machine because I thought it'd be interesting if one of the last few survivors happened to win it. But with a success rate of 0.0000001%, I never thought anyone would actually win it. Perhaps I should have expected the ultimate lucky student to overcome such impossible odds. Monokuma started blushing and breathing heavily for no apparent reason. A robot like Monokuma doesn't need to breathe, but because his technology is super advanced, he can express himself like a living creature. Makoto was chosen through a lottery, and now he's won the escape button through a lottery. It's obviously impossible, right? Is this what a miracle is? Is this all systems go toward escaping? Is something that defies all common sense about to come crashing into my world? Well, even though I don't really want this at all, I'm starting to enjoy this new sensation. We'll be back after these commercials. Monokuma internal machinery began running at full capacity, and his facial expressions began changing more smoothly than any humans could. Suddenly, his expressions immediately stopped, and he whispered through his speakers. But is this really good luck? Oh, After muttering something so ominous, Monokuma's loud screeching laughter rang jarringly throughout the room. The situation that was about to unfold contained two conflicting emotions in equal measure: hope and despair. The next day, nighttime, student dormitory, Makoto's room. Makoto Naegi lay on his bed, desperately struggling with the despair and hope churning within him. Monokuma had forced the students to each watch a DVD earlier that day. Makoto showed a scene that suggested his parents and little sister were in danger, and he now found himself determined to leave the school. It seems the other students were forced to watch shocking videos of their own. Videos so shocking that they were now determined to escape the school too, even if it meant sacrificing someone to do it. However, it was obvious that these videos were part of Monokuma's trap. As long as a student killed someone, they were allowed to graduate and leave the academy. It seemed that the mastermind controlling Monokuma was hell-bent on making the students kill each other. But right now, Makoto was more worried about Sayaka Maizono, who seemed to be incredibly distressed after watching her DVD. Sayaka wasn't just the ultimate pop sensation, she was also Makoto's classmate when they were students at Blackroot Junior High. Her optimism had been encouraging Makoto these past few days, and he was becoming a similar source of strength for her as well. If nothing else, I have to at least save Sayaka. As soon as Makoto thought that, he suddenly felt a small headache. Was he still reeling from being punched by Mondo the other day, or was this a side effect of being electrocuted by the escape button? As Makoto pondered these things, the pain slowly subsided, and he returned to his determined thoughts of escape. Anyway, we all need to work together and... At that moment, Makoto realized his goal had changed slightly. We all need to? Ideally, it would be best if everyone survived together. However, aside from Sayaka, Makoto had never met the other students before. He didn't know if they could even be trusted in the first place. But at that moment, he trusted them without even an ounce of suspicion. He believed that they were worth helping even at the cost of his own life. Just like Sayaka. Why? The headache struck again, as if all the blood vessels in his brain were being individually sliced open. Why did I just think that I could trust the others as much as I trust Sayaka? Makoto tried to figure out why his thought process were suddenly changed. Something was wrong. The throbbing pain in his head seemed to synchronize with a strange feeling that something was approaching him. As a ray of light began to form within the dark recesses of his own mind, the doorbell rang. Someone's here? He quickly got out of bed, but that only made the headache worse. With no concern for his safety, Makoto carelessly opened the door to his room and came face to face with Sayaka. I'm really sorry to come by so late. Sayaka? The pain. What are you doing out so late? The moment he saw her face, the pulsating pain in Makoto's head began accelerating. He felt like his world was being torn apart from the inside out. Sorry to bother you, but something really weird just happened and... Makoto? What's wrong? You don't look so well. Sayaka was pale and had been trembling when she came to see Makoto's room, but she seemed surprised to see that his complexion was worse than her own. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just my head. Makoto couldn't finish his sentence. His eyes rolled back into his head as he lost consciousness and slowly fell to the floor. And Sayaka's beautiful voice let out a scream as she stood over Makoto's body. The next day, the nurse's office. Oh, you're awake. Hey, are you okay? How many fingers am I holding up? As Makoto regained consciousness, he was greeted by the sight of fingers adorned with long, fake nails being waved in his face. Huh? You're Junko, right? Hey, why do you sound so unsure? I'm a little shocked to hear you say that. Despite what she said, Junko Nashima, the ultimate fashionista, was laughing as if she found this all very amusing. Makoto looked around and realized he'd never seen this place before. It looked somewhat like a hospital. 3 beds, including his own, were lined up in the room, with various medical instruments laid around them. The black ceiling felt strangely oppressive, but as he sat up, Makoto's mind immediately centered on one possibility. Where are we? Did we get rescued? That'd be nice, She replied as she looked away. Junko explained that this was the nurse's office on the first floor of the academy. That Monokuma thing said I can't bear to see my precious students getting sick and opened this place up this morning. But don't you think it's suspicious? What if all these meds are poison? To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised. Makoto remembered his encounter with the escape button and let out a small sigh. So why am I here, Junko? You should thank Sayaka for that. She was here the whole night taking care of you. She was? Junko ignored Makoto's surprise and continued casually talking. But then Taka got all fired up and was like, we should take turns watching over him. I just happened to be on duty when you woke up. Well, and even then, only 'cause Byakuya ditched. I see. Thanks. Like I said, you should thank Sayaka. Anyway, how are you feeling? Is everything alright? Uh-huh. Makoto thought about it for a moment and remembered what he had been thinking about just before he lost consciousness. This is kind of weird, but... Actually, this is a really weird question, but... What's up? Junko, we've never met each other before, right? Upon hearing this, Junko's eyes widened, but a few seconds later, she began to laugh. Huh? Are you for real? That pickup line is like so totally played out, you know. Even though she was grinning, a serious look came over her face. Just so you know, you shouldn't expect anything like that from me. I know I look this way, but I take my virtue pretty seriously. Oh, no, I mean, I never expected. Well, that's what I figured. It's obvious that you're a total Omega male anyway. Makoto and Junko continued to talk to one another. Although he wondered why Junko was talking to him instead of leaving to get the others, Makoto didn't question it. He just wanted to talk to someone, anyone. As long as he interacted with his fellow students, he believed he would learn the truth about what was going on inside his head. 10 minutes later, Junko mostly talked about alpha males and omega males, and her time being homeless, and about her past and her dreams for the future. The last topic was a lot heavier than the previous ones, but Makoto's calm demeanor seemed to cheer her up. She smiled sincerely and said softly, "Thanks, Makoto." Maybe it was a sign of gratitude for listening to her troubles, but she kept that same smile as she blurted out something horrifying. In return, I promise that if I do decide to kill someone, it won't be you. Don't say scary stuff like that. At least that's what Makoto thought, but the words that came out of his mouth expressed a different sentiment. I see. Thanks. But I wouldn't want you to become blackened in the first place. For some reason, Makoto felt like the murderous words that came out of Junko's mouth seemed like a natural thing for her to say. She seemed very surprised by Makoto's response and quickly blurted out, "Huh? Are you serious? I was just kidding." Huh? Yeah, of course. Sorry for acting so weird. No worries, let's just chalk this up to you being woozy from your recovery. She returned to her usual bubbly self, let out a big stretch, and turned to Makoto. I'm gonna get going now. Make sure you don't get killed before the next person arrives. After seeing her off, Makoto laid back down in the bed and started thinking to himself. What is this strange feeling? His dull headache continued as his thoughts began to blur. I was just talking to Junko, but I feel like I was talking to someone else. Who is she? The more he thought, the more it felt like his memories were sinking into a thick swamp. Each throb of pain pulsing in his head felt like a wave on the surface of that swamp. What is this feeling? It felt very unpleasant, as though someone's voice was screaming at him from the inside his head. Makoto tried to organize his thoughts and go over everything that had happened to him. But he was interrupted by the sound of a bell. Unlike the dorm rooms, the nurse's office didn't have a doorbell. The bell sound that Makoto heard was ringing throughout the entire building. Testing, mic check 1, 2. This is a test of the school broadcast system. It was Monokuma's voice. Now that Makoto is finally woken up, please assemble at the gym. Makoto listened to Monokuma's heartless order and got out of bed without complaining. I have to go. He walked one step at a time in accordance with the rhythm of his dropping headache. Slowly he walked forward, not knowing if where he was headed was heaven or hell. The gym. Makoto, are you right? Sayaka ran over to Makoto as soon as he entered the gym. Yeah, thanks. Sorry about yesterday. I guess I really worried you. Please don't apologize. I'm sorry too. I barged into your room when you weren't feeling well. Now that you mention it, Makoto said. What happened yesterday? Sayaka looked away for a brief moment, but immediately turned back, smiled her pop sensation smile, and shook her head. It's nothing. I'll tell you some other time. Huh? While they were talking, Kiyotaka Ishimaru, the ultimate moral compass, stepped forward, putting an accusatory finger at Makoto. You're late, Makoto! Explain why you were tardy! The other students collectively raised their eyebrows, as if they were thinking, why is this guy yelling at someone who's sick? However, Makoto just smiled gently and answered him honestly. I didn't feel well, so I was resting in the nurse's office. Can you note that in the daily logbook? I see, that's consistent with my information. If that's the case, then I shall consider this matter settled. The conversation progressed smoothly, and Taka smiled as he kept talking. Haha, I'll take full responsibility for recording it. You just focus on recovering. If you ever feel ill, please report to the health committee. It seems we'll need to appoint health committee members after this meeting, though. Taka walked away, mumbling to himself as he opened a daily logbook he found in the Academy's supply room. Celestian Ledenbug, the ultimate gambler, saw the whole conversation and walked up to Makoto. Despite his unreasonable behavior, you knew exactly what to say to him. Huh? As soon as Celeste said that, it dawned on Makoto. It's true that he didn't feel well and that he had been resting in the nurse's office. But when Taka asked him why he was late, even though he should have already known the reason, Makoto didn't feel annoyed or disappointed at all. It was as if he expected Taka to say that. Makoto felt strange that he had accepted Taka's personality so quickly. He couldn't understand why he asked Taka to do something so unnecessary as recording it in the daily logbook in the first place. Why did I say that? It's like I was used to it. His response to Taka's demands came as naturally to him as breathing. Why? Every time he tried to think about it, his headache grew even worse, as Makoto struggled to think through the pain of his headaches. A black and white stuffed animal jumped out from behind the gym's podium and began twirling around as it spoke in a cheerful voice. Hey guys, is everyone here? He sounded like he was about to lead the students on a field trip, but not a single one of them had a smile on their faces. Ooh, what is it this time? Are we gonna hijack a cruise ship and run into a gigantic worm? Of course, there was one exception. Yasuhiro Gakure, the ultimate clairvoyant, still believed that their current situation was some kind of planned event. Monokuma just ignored him and continued to address the students with his adorable voice. Today I'm going to tell you about our wonderful academy system. System sure sounds like a great word, don't you think? It reeks of danger, just like a bear. I want you all to trample over the deaths of your friends and grow up to have hardened hearts. It's going to be a little naughty. I want you all to grow poisonous personalities. After making his nonsensical introduction, Monokuma moved on to the next topic. With this, he began providing a detailed explanation of the most vile system in school, the class trial. Oh, you can't just kill someone. You gotta kill someone without anyone else finding out you did it. Monokuma talked about this horrible graduation program with casual indifference. But because the killing hadn't happened yet, his lecture didn't instill any despair in the students. As long as a killing never occurred, there would be no point to the class trial. But no one could really say that a killing wasn't going to happen. As the students' suspicions began to rise, Monokuma continued to explain the class trial until... Wait, hold on a second. As Monokuma began to explain the executions that would serve as punishments, one girl stepped forward. Junko? As soon as he saw how angry she was, the rhythm of Makoto's headache began to change slightly. You're freaking insane, you know that? The girl continued to complain angrily. She seemed completely different from the smiling person Makoto saw in the nurse's office. Huh? Was Junko always like that? No, she's different. That's how Junko acts, but... Is that person really Junko? Huh? Wait, what am I thinking? As Makoto struggled with his headache and confusion, Monokuma and the girl continued to argue. Are you saying you're not going to participate in the trial? Only punishment awaits such blasphemy. What? Punishment? I might, I don't know, throw you in a deep, dark, scary prison or something. Different. The strange feeling that he felt was now directed at Monokuma. A prison? No. They aren't that kind. A series of images flashed in Makoto's mind, and at first he thought it was some kind of parade, but he quickly realized that was a mistake. What looked like lights were actually buildings engulfed in flames. The red decorating the scene seemed to have come from human bodies. Despair. It wasn't confined to the academy, or even to Japan. Images of worldwide death and destruction flooded Makoto's brain with every throb of his headache. I've seen this before? Besides the indescribable violence taking place in all these images, there was one thing they had in common. Who are they? They're rampaging terrorists wearing black and white masks were wreaking havoc in these images. I took everything: money, valuables, lives, family, dignity, the past, the future, and possibly even hope. The masks these terrorists were wearing perfectly resembled the face of the stuffed animal arguing with the student before him. Shut the hell up, say whatever you want, I'm not gonna be part of this. Don't be so selfish. You're the one being selfish, kill whoever you want, it's got nothing to do with me. The evil standing before me, I'm trembling with fear. But I won't give in to such evil. It's my style to stick it out and resist till the very end. If you really want to get out of here, you're going to have to go through me first. Monokuma swung his arms wildly as he charged the girl with waddling steps. But the girl stomped on the self-proclaimed headmaster of the academy with ease. Get him! Are you enjoying yourself now? Pinned beneath the girl's foot, Monokuma looked up into the girl's cold eyes and calmly asked, Are you? Huh? Violence against Headmaster Monokuma is not allowed. You violate a school regulation. At that moment, a chill ran down Monokuma's spine. She's going to get killed. Monokuma's words sounded very threatening to him. It wasn't a prediction or a guess. It was as if he knew the danger Monokuma posed from the start. If this continues, Junko's going to... His mind still didn't fully grasp the situation unfolding in front of him. By the time he realized he was about to remember something, he was already running forward. Junko? The impact of his feet combined with the rhythm of his headache, sending his brain and heart into a panic. No, she's different. She's... I invoke the mighty summon spell! Help to me! Godly spirit, gun here! Monokuma wiggled beneath the girl's foot and let out a scream. At that exact moment, Makoto charged at her and screamed out, Murkuro! Watch out! Huh? The girl dressed as Junko Nishimo widened her eyes in shock. As if to evade the charging Makoto, she jumped back with agility unheard of a teenage high school girl. And then, right at that moment, countless spears pierced the spot where she had been standing just a split second ago. All the students, including the girls, stared wide-eyed at this sudden turn of events. Spears, too many of them to count, had shot out with blinding speed from mechanisms installed in the floor and walls of the gym. However, Makoto was unable to notice this. Huh? Why did I call Junko Murkuro? Murkuro? As that thought entered his mind, a sharp, sudden impact struck his side, followed by an intense, deathly pain that ran down his spine and spread throughout his body. The spear stabbed into his side, instantly tore his flesh to shreds, shot out his back, coated in blood and other bodily fluids. At that moment, the black fog that had engulfed Makoto's mind was consumed by death itself. And as his consciousness slowly faded, he remembered everything. Because of the electric jolt and the chemical compound from the escape button, because of that button he had found by chance, Makoto Naegi managed to escape. He escaped this hopeless game where he and his fellow students had their memories stolen and were forced to kill each other. Of course, that escape is also what led him to his current life or death predicament. In the end, perhaps he only escaped from one despair to fall into another. But at the same time, his actions had unintended consequences for one person, the girl living a false identity as her beloved little sister, Junko Nishima. Murkuro Ikosawa, the ultimate soldier and a member of the ultimate despair. Her past, her future, perhaps even her hope itself, are on the path of despair. And
So that's a what-if scenario?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more happens. So the curtain falls on Makoto's story for now. From this point, the story is about a certain girl. A girl who's more pitiful than anyone else in the sealed-off academy. A new curtain, along with new despair, shall now rise. Because now we're going to see from Murkuro's perspective. Hello, welcome to the stream. Huh? Time had certainly stopped for Murkuro Ikosawa. It was as if everything around her froze perfectly still. In the past, she was known as the ultimate soldier. She had experienced this feeling before during her time with the mercenary group, Fenrir. In situations where she was surrounded by a hopeless number of enemies within the jungle or in a desert ruin, the charging enemies seemed as though they were frozen in time, which allowed her to claim a decisive victory in all her battles. But this wasn't a battlefield, so why did this familiar sensation activate once again? In order to understand what had happened, Murkrow slowly tried to assess the current situation from within this frozen world. Junko and Murkrow are both children of despair. But Junko Nishima, the true ultimate despair, harbors a far deeper darkness within her. Though their last names are different, Murkrow is Junko's older sister, connected by the bonds of blood. She cooperated with Junko's hopeless plan and impersonated her under the pretense of participating in the killing game alongside her classmates. According to the plan, Murkrow was supposed to oppose Monokuma, who her sister was controlling, and be locked in a dungeon as punishment. Isolated from the others, she would then escape the dungeon and perform various acts intended to deprive the students of hope. That was the role she had been assigned. When Makoto succumbed to his headache, Junko ordered her to see if the shock had caused him to remember anything that could make him a liability. He woke up as she was tending to him, so she made small talk with him, but she didn't notice any change in his behavior. Until this point, she was certain that there shouldn't be any problems. Nothing could possibly go wrong. She stomped on Monokuma like her sister ordered her to do, and flawlessly spoke the lines that was taught to memorize. Afterward, she would fall through a trapdoor into the dungeon, and remain isolated from the other students. That was her role. She hadn't done anything wrong. There were no problems. There were no problems. She repeated that to herself over and over like a silent prayer. But in that frozen moment in time, what she saw was not a trapdoor, but countless spears. One of them had skewed Makoto through his side. Why? Makoto? Why are there spears? Gunyear. I would have died if I hadn't moved. Did Junko mess up the plan? No, Junko would never mess up. Was she trying to kill me? Me? Makoto saved me? Why? Why did he say my name? Did his memories come back? Did I not realize that? Did I make a mistake? Is that why Junko got angry? Is this punishment? Is it my fault? Junko tried to kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Slowly time came back to her world. Murkrow could feel her face turning pale as she slowly looked toward Makoto. The students' screams rang throughout the gym. Saiko was probably the first one to scream. But who screamed first didn't matter to Murkrow. Makoto. Why? Makoto was the ultimate lucky student. He had been her classmate for the past 2 years, and now he was a sacrifice to despair. Not long ago, he had given her an answer of sorts during their conversation in the nurse's office. He was just a pawn in the plan her sister had devised. But now, a feeling of doubt began forming in Murkrow's mind. What did I want from Makoto? As her heart churned restlessly, she continued to think. In return, I promised that if I do decide to kill someone, it won't be you. Was I impersonating Junko then? Or did I really mean that? When did I start feeling this doubt? Just now, the moment he saved me? Or when we spoke in the nurse's office earlier? Or when I first confronted him about this killing game before his memories returned? Or was it before even that? Murkrow stood there, confused and overwhelmed, as Makoto slowly opened his eyes, the spear still impaling him through the side. Murkrow? Makoto, are you okay? Murkrow was no longer impersonating the ultimate fashionista. Looking up from the floor of the gym, Makoto asked, "Why are you dressed up like Junko?" He was smiling. Maybe he couldn't feel the pain anymore, or maybe he was being affected by something else. But regardless, Makoto ignored the fact that he was dying just to give Murkrow his warm smile. I'm glad you're safe, Murkrow." As soon as she heard Makoto's weak, fading voice, something inside Murkrow snapped. From within the shell of despair she had built up, an intense emotion began flowing out. No, this is all wrong. She couldn't hold back that emotion any longer. No. And for the first time in her entire life, Murkrow unleashed a scream into the world. As Murkrow fell to her knees and clutched her head, a small shadow started walking toward her back. The stuffed animal that had been under her foot, Monokuma. His claws were extended, and he was no longer walking with his usual waddle. Instead, he moved like a beast, silently stalking its prey as he slowly advanced within his target's blind spot. As he inched closer to Murkrow, Monokuma raised his razor-sharp claws, crouched on his haunches, and then suddenly leapt toward the back of her neck. However, just before those claws could reach the paralyzed Murkrow, a dark shadow moved in front of the side and swatted those claws away with one blow. His lunge deflected. Monokuma was sent flying through the air, spinning wildly before crashing into the wall. Damn you, what are you trying to do? Sakura Ogami, the ultimate martial artist, had just prevented another tragedy. She stood before Monokuma and addressed him in a loud, booming voice. Not only did you attempt to kill Junko for violating school regulations, you even attacked Makoto, who had nothing to do with this. If you plan to continue acting in such a savage manner, there is no reason for us to play along with your game. Byakuya Togami, the ultimate fluid prodigy, smirked condescendingly. Oh my god, I cannot pronounce it. At Sakura. Fool. One could say you're now violated school regulations with your senseless actions. He looked as if he honestly did not care if his fellow students lived or died at all. Well, she merely deflected the headmaster's attack just now, so I do not think it truly counts as an act of violence. Like Miyake, Celeste seemed unfazed as she cinched him over his words. I don't know. Shy did? Okay. However, the banter between the two was enough to stir the stunned student's action. Makoto! Saeko was the first one to run toward Makoto, who lay bleeding from her stomach. But Monokuma stopped her, shouting in a tone of voice that seemed completely out of character. Be careful, don't get too close to those two! Huh? Startled by Monokuma's desperate tone, Saika and the other students stopped moving almost instinctively. The students looked around at each other. Instead of his usual playful gait, Monokuma walked toward them with deliberate, methodical steps. And then, he suddenly blurted out something that took everyone, including Murkrow Ikusaba, by surprise. I'm sure you're probably confused by this sudden turn of events, but I want you guys to work together! As Murkrow slowly turned her head toward Monokuma, he pointed at her and yelled, Murkrow Ikusaba and her accomplice Makoto Naegi are the terrorists responsible for locking you all inside the academy. Once again, time stopped for Murkrow. But this time, she wasn't the only one affected. Everyone seemed to be frozen in shock. After a few seconds of silence, Aoi Azahina, the ultimate swing pro, spoke first. Huh? You're kidding, right? I mean, Makoto's a terrorist? That's impossible. And who's Murkrow anyway? I mean, that's Junko. Monokuma began slowly explaining to Aoi. Ariel Junko must be in prison somewhere in the school. Worst case scenario, she might be killed. Murkrow must have researched which one of you would be easiest for her to impersonate and hid among you all by pretending to be her. She was probably trying to make sure the killing game went smoothly. Suddenly, Monokuma's hands and feet began jerking in an awkward motion as he looked at the other students and introduced himself. I'm Beshiki Mandari, the ultimate hacker. Oh, this character. Okay. So that's the character they mentioned. That was from the novel The Ultimate Hacker. I'm your upperclassman. I hacked into the academy from the outside. I was finally able to take control of Monokuma's body just a little while ago. Take control from who? From the head of the terrorist organization that's, oh my gosh, from the head of the terrorist organization that's controlling this robot from the inside. What? What are you saying, Junko? Murkrow trembled as she heard the words coming out of Monokuma's mouth. For a brief moment, she clung to the hope that her sister wasn't trying to kill her, but as soon as that hope was born, it was immediately consumed by despair. Junko had the power to transform hope into despair. She would never let anyone hack her that easily. There was only one explanation. Junko Nishima was pretending to be someone named Basiki in order to frame Murkrow and Makoto. It was as though Junko was using Murkrow's survival as a branching path to lead his students to a different despair. Monokuma continued talking, telling the students more lies designed to probe them into action. On your first day in Hope Sweet Academy, you guys were exposed to sleeping gas, knocked unconscious, and taken hostage. Murkrow and Makoto are probably the only operatives that the terrorists sent inside the school. That means they probably know how to escape from here. And then, Monokuma turned Then Monokuma turned to face Murkrow. Murkrow Ikosawa was a member of a mercenary group called Fenrir. She's a wanted criminal who's killed over 10 people associated with the school. So don't get soft and think you can capture her alive. In fact, that's exactly what the cops told me. So the moment I saw an opening, I tried hacking the trap they set and tried to kill her. But what about Makoto? Monokuma gave a cold, emotionless answer to Sayaka's question. My guess is that a measly little ultimate lucky student didn't stand a chance of defying a rope like Fenrir. He was probably threatened and forced to cooperate before you entered the school. Or, judging from his earlier actions, maybe Murkrow seduced him. Sayaka's face went pale when she heard that answer. She immediately stopped talking. Murkrow raised her head and shouted, "You're wrong! Makoto isn't a terrorist! You all have to believe me!" The whole gym fell silent. And then, as if he was speaking for everyone there, Taka stepped forward and nervously asked, "Hold on! What do you mean, Makoto isn't a terrorist?" Sounds like you're saying there's no doubt that you, in fact, are a terrorist. I ask that you correct yourself at once and say we are not terrorists. Celeste began expressing her own doubts as well. It is strange, does it not seem odd that she is so protective of someone who we all just met a few days ago? Murkrow stood in silence. The other students' face began to fill with suspicion and doubt as they realized they weren't looking at the real Junko Enoshima. Byakuya pushed up his glasses began coldly pointing out what seemed out of place to him. I heard that Fumakoto, or whatever his name is, call you Murkrow instead of Junko. How would Makoto know that your name is really Murkrow if he just met you not that long ago? That's... I've also heard of Fenrir, continued Byakuya. As I recall, its members have a tattoo somewhere on their body. Instinctively, Byakuya's words put Murkrow into a calm state of mind. In hostile situations, her defensive reflexes as the ultimate soldier often manifested themselves. Murkrow's tattoo was on the back of her right hand. She wondered how she could hide this from the other students without also calling attention to it. But in the end, this concern was in vain. If the police records are true, she should have a tattoo on the back of her right hand. As Monokuma freely divulged that information. Oh, that was Monokuma. Alright, cried Taka, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Show us the back of your hand and prove your innocence. Monokuma dispensed another unnecessary remark. Make sure you look real close. She might have covered it up with foundation. Junko had ordered Murkrow to hide her tattoo with foundation, so Monokuma's information was entirely true. There was nothing Murkrow could do except stay quiet. However, she wasn't staying quiet because her identity was about to be exposed. She was struck by the realization that her sister was completely serious about pinning this on her. Why the hesitation? Thundered the foolishly honest Taka. As my classmate, I have complete faith in you. From behind him, Fumi Yamada, the ultimate fanfic creator, murmured to himself as cold sweat ran down his cheeks. Well, look at that. I guess this is what they call a checkmate, huh? Why don't you fess up already, you fucking bastard? In contrast to Fumimando, a lot of the ultimate biker gang leader was royally pissed. However, there were some students who were busy questioning Monokuma instead of Murkrow. Hey, you're not coming to save us? Shouted Leon Kawada, the ultimate baseball star. You should hurry up and charge in here already. Monokuma looked at Leon and shook his head softly. The police can't help you right now. Not only are you guys hostages, it's possible the entire school has been rigged with explosives and poisonous gas. I activated this Monokuma robot to investigate that for myself. Then what about everyone on the DVD? Oh, what about everyone that happened on the DVD? What about everyone outside the school? Asked Sayaka. The memory of the DVD she was forced to watch yesterday still weighed heavily on her mind, but Monokuma didn't have a clear answer. I don't know anything about any DVDs, but there are definitely terrorists causing havoc out there. Here, law enforcement around the world is in shambles trying to deal with this. That's impossible. Sayaka shuddered and collapsed to her knees. Sayaka. Next to her, Chihiro Fujisaki, the ultimate programmer, was unsure about what she should do. Behind her, the two other girls stood silently. The first was Toko Fukawa, the ultimate writing prodigy. She seemed to be trying very hard not to look at Makoto as he lay bleeding. The other was a quiet girl who hadn't talked about herself much, named Kyoko Kirigiri. Unlike Toko, Kyoko was watching everything intently, as if she were studying the scene of a crime. From Makoto's breathing patterns to subtle changes in Mukuro's facial expression, nothing was escaping her attention. Suddenly, Toko began nervously talking to Sakura. So anyway, let's just say that Mukuro woman or whatever over there is a terrorist. Or you've been beating her to death or something. We don't know that yet, said Sakura. My fists do not meet our justice based on simple speculation. Sakura tried to get near Makoto to examine his wounds, but Monokuma stood in her way, shouting, "Don't come any closer!" This meant that Mukuro was the only one who could get close to Makoto. She had ended countless lives on the battlefield. She knew from experience, if she didn't treat Makoto's wounds, he would die. His wounds were not immediately fatal, but if he continued losing blood, he would eventually slip into shock and die shortly thereafter. Please, you need to treat Makoto first. Absolutely not, said Byakuya harshly, interrupting Mukuro. Tying you up and examining the back of your right hand is our first priority. Hey, Makoto's in danger. Now's not the time for that, said Aoi as she cast a worried glance at Makoto. She was still having trouble understanding the situation and hadn't decided if Makoto was suspicious or not. Byakuya was about to snap back at her, but Mukuro's actions stunned him to silence. She took a deep breath and then Mukuro removed the blonde wig from her head. Where there were two long blonde pigtails only a moment before, there was now short black hair. She cleared her face of all emotion, and when she spoke, her voice rang throughout the gym. I'm not Junko Nishima. My name is Mukuro Ikusaba. The student stared wide-eyed at her open confession. All she did was remove her wig and clear her emotions. But in doing so, the person the students had recognized as Junko Nishima vanished from their sight. The terrorist that had taken her place continued to speak in a calm, stoic tone. I helped lock everyone inside this academy. The confession on a seaside cliff moments have... the confession on a seaside cliff moment has finally arrived, Hifumi blurted out. Whoa, wigs are against school regulations, Junko. I mean, Mukuro, shouted Taka, as if stirred by their cries of excitement. The other students began clamoring among themselves. Huh? Said Yasuro. So Makoto's wounds are, real? Does that mean that stuff about terrorists and whatever is all real too? So everything that's happened these past few days wasn't a bunch of stage events? As the reality of the situation began dawning on Yasuhiro, all Leon could say to him was, "Shut the hell up!" Byakuya just remained calm and addressed Mukuro in a condescending manner. What does your group want? If you were after money, you would have already tried to negotiate with me. Of course, I'd rather let them die than surrender to your ransom demands. Our purpose is to fill the world with despair. Byakuya scoffed at this notion and began to speak once again. I see. Monokuma said something similar, so that ideology is what fuels your terrorism. It's true, if you did anything to me, you would certainly fill the world with despair. But obviously, that'd be impossible for you. Aoi couldn't believe what Byakuya was saying and frowned as she muttered, How so self-centered can you be? After confirming that Byakuya had no more questions for her, Mukuro looked at Makoto, whose breathing had slowed, and let her voice show some emotion. But Makoto has nothing to do with this. You can't believe what Monokuma says. What did you say? What did you say, bitch? Mondo. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're a terrorist, just like Monokuma said. Mukuro looked away from Mondo and continued speaking. That's true, but Makoto isn't involved at all. Celeste coldly brushed her objection aside. I do not think trying to protect him will do you any good. After all, we have all heard Makoto call you by your real name. She had no words. There was nothing she could say to protect Makoto, even though Makoto was truly innocent. Though Mukuro was the ultimate soldier, her powers were largely limited to battle. Even a normal high school student could outwit her when it comes to debate and negotiation. If she were the ultimate negotiator, she might be able to convince them that their memories had really been erased. But in her current situation, if she tried to bring up their memory loss, they would think it was a desperate excuse. Even Mukuro knew that. But even if she didn't know what to say, she still knew what to do. Right now, we need to treat Makoto first. And then, she started walking toward Makoto as if nothing had happened. To the others, it seemed like Murkrow had decided to abruptly change the subject. Hold it, we will immediately take Makoto to the nurse's office for treatment. However, we must tie you up. This was Sakura's honest demand. But there was no way Murkrow could accept it. If she was separated from Makoto, there'd be no telling what Monokuma would do to him. And between Mondo's hot temper and Byakuya's cold heart, Makoto could easily sustain further injuries under the pretense of interrogation. Furthermore, among these students, Murkrow knew she was the only one who had experienced treating wounds due to her time in Fenrir. After mulling that over, she narrowed her eyes and went silent. Her mind was made up. She was determined to fight her way out of here and escape with Makoto. I apologize, but I need you to fall asleep right now. As she said that, Sakura instantly positioned herself behind Murkrow. She was completely within her blind spot. To a normal person, it would have seemed like Sakura had suddenly vanished. After moving faster than any human being could see, Sakura's equally fast hands launched a blow toward the back of Murkrow's neck. However, sorry, Sakura, but I need to get out of here. Murkrow parried Sakura's fist with a spinning roundhouse kick. Sakura raised an eyebrow at the unexpected counterattack. Murkrow tried to use the momentum of her kick to sweep Sakura's feet out from under her. However, Sakura dodged and instinctively struck back against Murkrow's pivot leg. But Murkrow was faster and jumped up, aiming a tornado kick at Sakura's chin. Sakura deflected the attack with one arm. Then both combatants leapt backwards, glaring and charged simultaneously. Every blow they dealt was parried and countered by the other, and though they were both unarmed, the sound of their battle echoed throughout the school. Throughout the gym. It was like a typhoon had been compressed into the size of a car and set loose inside the school, or in the gym. The other students were powerless to stop them. All they could do was stare at the breathtaking dance of death unfolding before them. After 10 minutes had passed, the enormous sound of one vital impact rang throughout the gym. The two warriors leapt back once again and breathed heavily as they stared each other down. My mistake. I thought it was only been a few days. I cannot believe I did not notice such an impressive fighter was hanging among us. In addition to the surprise Sakura felt, it was as if the battle had left her energized. Murkrow, on the other hand, looked down at her arm, confirmed it had been wounded during the battle, and thought to herself, she's strong. I don't think Sakura is even taking this seriously right now. Despite being constantly surrounded by firearms, blades and traps, explosives during her time with Fenrir, this was the first time she had ever been wounded. Murkrow was powerless before the might of the woman known as the ultimate martial artist, and the strongest woman in the world. Just as I thought, I can't beat Sakura with my bare hands alone. If she had been directly ordered to kill Sakura, Murkrow would have opted to either snipe her from distance or poison her. At this close range, she would need an assault rifle just to stand a fighting chance. I don't have time for this. She looked at Makoto and confirmed that his breathing had grown even shallower. I need to hurry. But at that moment, she had no one to turn to for help. Suddenly, Murkrow had an idea. It was true that gaining an ally in the situation was impossible. However, she could still turn one person into her enemy's enemy. Murkrow took a deep breath before she charged at Sakura. Then she immediately fainted and charged a different girl, Toko, who had been cowering in fear from the battle between Sakura and Murkrow in the corner of the gym. This is bad. Sakura was, this is bad. Caught off guard and tried to run after her, but Murkrow was one step ahead and reached Toko first. Huh? Why me? I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Murkrow jabbed Toko in her solar plexus, and she fell into her arms. Taka and Aoi yelled in shock. This is bad. She plans to use Toko as a hostage. Toko! In contrast to the shocked faces, Byakuya just snickered and coldly remarked, You fool, do you really think we'd care if you take someone we just met a few days ago as your hostage? Murkrow just sadly glanced at Byakuya and replied, You didn't meet her a few days ago. What did you say? You met her 2 years ago. Byakuya scowled. Murkrow ignored him and held her bloody arm in front of Toko's face. And then she yelled into her ears, Wake up, Genocide Jack. It seemed so random and out of place. Why would Murkrow mention the name of a notorious serial killer right now? The students looked at each other with confusion, when suddenly, Toko, who had been groaning in pain, suddenly kicked off the floor of the gym with renewed vigor. She leapt into the air much lighter than any normal human should be able to do. While hovering several meters in midair, Toko twirled faster than a professional figure skater. This caused her skirt to flutter, revealing multiple pairs of sparkling scissors. Countless tally marks that were scratched into her leg, like a kill count carved into a fighter jet. If not for the situation, Toko's glamorous jumps and spins would have been a sight to behold. What?
Never mind.
Okay. Just surprised?
Yeah, a little bit.
The girl formerly known as Toko Fukawa cackled wildly, her red eyes sparkling as her absurdly long tongue flopped out of her mouth. You call for me, and so I appear. I've got a murder IOU for YOU. Toko? The situation had changed so drastically that even Sayaka, who was silent up until now, spoke up. Hey, you flash in the pan. Don't treat Genocide Jack like the depressing little four eyes. That darn girl doesn't bathe herself at all, so I gotta put in 5 minutes of effort to rub myself down in the shower. Eek! Toko's sudden change in personality sent the students clamoring among themselves. Hey! Leon yelled. What the hell does that mean? Monokuma just shook his head. There are some things even I don't understand. The students continued to panic at the strange turn of events. Toko, now calling herself Genocide Jack, took out a set of scissors from under her skirt and snipped them with glee as she looked around the gym. Huh? It's been a while since I got to stretch my legs. So what were you guys gonna do here at the gym while I was snoozing away? Have an orgy? I understand, I totally don't understand. You guys maybe need me to cut up your clothes so you can feel even naughtier? Yeah, right. Why the hell would I even do that for you dumbasses? My scissors are only meant for cutting the supple and tender flesh of adorable boys. Genocide Jack was causing a ruckus, but when she saw Makoto lying on the floor, she tilted her head once again. Ah, Big Mac, you're like totally about to die. What's the idea? Did the world fill you with so much despair that you all came here to commit mass suicide? That's so hot. But why are you starting with me? Toko, cried Aoi, get a hold of yourself. Genocide Jack ignored Aoi and let her emotions run unchecked, jumping and dancing with excitement as she held her scissors. Oh, jeez, I wanted to stab Big Mac's side myself. This spot right here, but the ribs are kind of showing already. He's not even screaming right now, though. What does that mean? Oh, well, maybe I can just get used to this feeling of alienation instead. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Oh, wait, I have no idea what's going on anymore, shouted Yasuhiro. This is all the aliens' fault. Yasuhiro,
I agree.
Yeah,
It's all the aliens' fault.
buried his head in his arms, but no one was paying attention to him. The student's attention was entirely focused on Genocide Jack. Using that to her advantage, Marco began sneaking over to Makoto. As she cautiously picked him up, she confirmed that his body temperature was starting to decrease. I can still make it there in time. Though she was carrying another person, Marco managed to soften the sound of her footsteps as she ran for the gym's doors. By the time the students heard Marco open the door, it was already too late. She had managed to escape the gym with Makoto. However, not everyone was unaware of what Marco was doing. Monokuma saw her movements out of the corner of his eye, but chose not to tell the students. And one other person, Kyoko Kirigiri. She saw Murkuro carry Makoto away, but did not inform the others as she watched them leave in silence. As everyone wrestled with their own personal thoughts and speculations, Hopesuki Academy began walking a path toward a completely different chaos. With Makoto on her back, Murkuro took several trophies from the gym entrance hall, and after passing the door leading to the hallway, she jammed the trophies through the door handles. Though Sakura could easily destroy these makeshift locks, they should buy Murkuro a few extra seconds. Then Murkuro started running to the nurse's office, the place she last spoke to Makoto. Everything necessary for performing first aid could be found there. Her little sister was her enemy. Her fellow ultimate students were her enemy. Her only ally right now was Makoto, who was on the verge of death. Murkuro knew that even she wasn't her own ally right now. Amidst all the chaos, amidst her sister's betrayal and nearly being killed, she believed. She believed she was the only one who truly understood her little sister. That's why she felt she had to protect her. That's right, you didn't do anything wrong, Junko. You just wanted to feel despair. That's all right. Because you love me. That's why you wanted to kill me. You were just trying to feel despair, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I failed to bring you despair. But at the same time, she wondered if she saved Makoto and betrays her sister by disrupting her plan, wouldn't that fill her with an even more, a stronger despair? Wouldn't that make her happy? But betray Junko? What should I do? Makoto closed her eyes and listened to Makoto's weak breaths. What should I do, Makoto? On a battlefield where all you need to do is kill and survive, Makoto was invincible. She could suppress all her emotions and fully immerse herself in the beginning, becoming a perfect killing machine. But on this twisted battlefield of daily high school life, she could no longer keep her emotions in check, especially around her little sister. Makoto, the ultimate soldier, was beginning to question being ultimate despair. The impulses of the normal high school girl inside her were starting to affect her state of mind. Even so, the poor girl continued to run through the dark hallways, clinging to this conflict within herself. She was now walking along a narrow, thin path, a path between the hope of Makoto Naegi and the despair of Junko Nishima. Meanwhile, everyone still in the gym was left in a state of complete confusion. What?
Nothing, I didn't say anything.
Okay, I thought you said something. Toko was famous for being a prolific author, but even though she came across as unsociable and depressing, her mind-blowing transformation seemed to have just tossed all that aside. Toko is Genocide Jack? Sayaka trembled with fear as Jack tilted her head and stuck out her long tongue. Oh, what's with this reception, you guys? You guys didn't know who I was? Have I been found out? Or have you known all along? And why was the sullen samurai just like that? That outfit doesn't look good at all. The sullen samurai is probably referring to Murkrow, which means Toko already knew Murkrow in advance. Confronted by that shocking truth, the students had no idea where to begin talking. So many things were clearly wrong by this point. But there were a few students, such as Byakuya and Kyoko, who opted to remain calm and observe the situation. Alright, someone better spill it. Who gave Makoto an extra mouth to feed? I don't care if you want to stab him or slice him. I just can't forgive whoever put that ugly ass hole in Big Mac's side. Toko. No, Genocide Jack spun her scissors in her hands. As she spoke, her emotions and facial expressions constantly changed. Even without the threat of her scissors, she excluded an aura of danger that made her unapproachable. The flank stink of a young boy like macaroons is like a bluebird that pops out a golden egg. If you would have just let me handle it, I would have killed him so good that even TYL and what
Tiltil and Miltil?
Tilda and Milton would be eager to die. But poor... Oh my god. My cuties' heart and soul have been stomped on by such a sloppy kill. That actually sounds pretty exciting too. But I decline. Toko, you're not making any sense, screamed Aoi. What in the world happened to you? Genocide Jack answered by pointing her scissors at Aoi. What happened to me? I got bored, that's what. That sourpuss locked me up a few days ago, but when she went unconscious, I thought I'd finally get to do my thing. But I woke up all for this. My cuties soaked through the blood, and I've got no clue what's going on. That's so damn confusing. All I can do is laugh. Yeah. No one seemed to be able to get a straight answer out of Jack. So Fumi made a timid remark. I've dealt with girls like this in my 2-day dining games, but this doesn't seem to even compare. It's like there's an SSS difficulty level to clear her. I can't believe you'd even think about her as someone worth clearing, mumbled Leon. It was clear that things were going nowhere. And as if she were responding to everyone's expectations, Sakura stepped forward. She might be in throes of confusion. I should try to restrain her for now. As soon as she heard that, Genocide Jack stopped moving, stuck out her lizard-like tongue, and grinned wickedly. Oh, what's up? Are you really gonna fight me, brittle ogre? Too bad my lovely scissors are only for cutting their adorable boys. Women should just stay home. I won't taint my scissors with your filthy blood. Replied Sakura. It seems my words are useless on you. Sakura entered a fighter's stance, determined to restrain Jack, but Jack knew she wouldn't win in a fair fight, and adopted a strange stance of her own. In a normal fight, Jack would obviously lose to the ogre, but if Jack focused just on dodging attacks, the outcome of the fight would be hard to foresee. Of course, Genocide Jack's physical abilities were only obvious to a few of the students in the first place. The two women exchanged hostile stares as the other students gulped nervously and watched. Except for one person. Kyoko was watching something else. She was watching Monokuma, who was in the corner of the gym, unmoving, as white noise emitted from his speakers. He had stopped moving the moment everyone's attention focused on Sakura and Toko. It's possible that Madurai's hacking had been disrupted, but an infinite number of other possibilities were also swirling around in Kyoko's mind. She brushed back her hair with a gloved hand and continued to watch. Though she couldn't fully remember her talent, the actions she was taking right now were fueled by pure instinct. The strange situation that kept occurring in front of her were shaking her to her very core. Her mind worked diligently to scoop up countless amounts of information from her vast sea of memories. And as they were synchronizing with the synapse firing in her brain, Sakura and Toko kicked off the ground at the same time, and an intense impact rang throughout the gym. Thanks to the heated battle that was unfolding in the gymnasium, Mukuro Kusaba was able to buy more time than she had imagined. As soon as she entered the nurse's office, she rummaged around for medical supplies and did what she could to stop the bleeding. Though still quite shallow, Makoto's breathing slowly stabilized. Mukuro let out a little sigh of relief. However, even though she was somehow able to stop the bleeding, she wasn't out of the woods yet. Miraculously enough, it seemed like none of Mukuro's major arteries or organs were damaged. Was this perhaps thanks to the ultimate luck? Or Makoto's major arteries and organs, yeah. Or maybe he wasn't actually all that lucky. After all, the only sort of medical treatment he could hope for was partial at best. Mukuro couldn't decide. If only I could do a blood transfusion. The nurse's office should have had several blood packs for transfusions. Mukuro suspected that Makoto's blood type might be written in his e-handbook, but as she reached over to search his pockets. Haha. I see you searching for a sleeping boy's clothes. What in the world is about to happen next? Adults can keep playing, but you kids better press the B button, okay? Mukuro turned toward the familiar voice and saw Monokuma standing before her. You're all alone with Makoto right now. Just think of me as a cute weird animal. Let your Leslie lead the way. As the headmaster, I must prevent any illicit sexual relationships, but physical education class are just fine, Missy. Though he looked like just like the one that was at the gym, it was clearly a different Monokuma. Multiple Monokumas had been placed throughout the entire academy, so it wasn't a stretch for him to suddenly appear out of nowhere. Regardless, the same person was controlling all of them. Mukuro had been wary of Monokuma attacking her while she was treating Makoto's wounds, but his appearance at this particular moment seemed to take her by surprise. Junko? Asked Mukuro cautiously. Monokuma tilted his head, along with his entire upper body, inquisitively. Junko? Who's that? Junko? I've never heard of that country before. No more jokes. Answer me, Junko. You were planning to kill me earlier, right? Junko this, Junko that. What's your problem? I'm telling you, I'm Monokuma. You must be a big disappointment if you can't even remember something like that. You're not just a disappointment as a person, you're a disappointment as a sister, too. You're too skinny and your brain nothing but muscles and your personality is just unbearable. I'm sorry, said Mukuro. She didn't need to apologize, but hearing her little sister call her a disappointment yet again was enough to make her the ultimate soldier recoil. Monokuma ignored her in her current situation, climbed on top of Makoto's barely breathing body, and began poking his cheeks. So what are you gonna do with Makoto now? I'm really interested in human mating habits, you know. What are you? She asked Mukuro before trailing off. Monokuma lowered his tone and began whispering into her ear. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Makoto's a pretty nice guy, huh? He even sacrificed himself to save you. He's so generous that it's actually hopeless. He's not dead yet, insisted Mukuro. Despite her firm tone, she couldn't hide the fear lingering in her voice. That's the most disappointing thing about you. You can't even say, I won't let him die. I won't let him die, Junko. Mukuro could barely get a word in as Monokuma erupted into poo-hoo-hoos and ha-ha-ha-has and continued to torment her. As if you could do that. Too bad. And regrets. See you tomorrow. Wahaha! Is this all because Makoto was the first person to smile at you? You, a disappointing, depressing, unladylike, inhuman killing machine! Despite denying that he was Junko, Monokuma began speaking at length about Mukuro's past. This contradiction was very much like Junko, and Mukuro was so shaken that all she could do was watch the bear prattle on and on. Only the fit survive in this world. The only thing that kind-hearted people can do is die, you know. And it's proof you're gonna watch Makoto die really soon. He won't die. Mukuro's tone of voice had become irregular ever since she took off her Junko wig. Aside from her conversation with Makoto, everything she said as Junko was from a script that her sister had written, but now there was no script for Mukuro to rely on anymore. Mukuro was treating Monokuma like she would treat her own sister. If the other students saw her acting so weak, they'd never believe she was the same person who fought Sakura in the gym. And not just that, if anyone from her mercenary past could see her now, her stark change in attitude might make them think she was someone else entirely. Monokuma continued to rail against Mukuro. He's gonna die. I know it's sad, but he's had the face of X. Monokuma wriggled his limbs and danced around, then pointed right at Mukuro's face. Because Makoto is going to die by your hands. Huh? And fighting among the terrorists. The big bad terrorist silenced the weak-willed Makoto before he can leak any information. Doesn't that happen all the time? In the end, all the desperate things you said in the gym turned out to be lies you just told to escape. Boo-hoo-hoo. Mukuro frowned at Monokuma. You can't do that, Junko. I won't let you do that. As she blurted out those words in a trembling voice, Mukuro was gripped with confusion about what she had just said. Am I defying Junko right now? Why? It was a strange feeling. To Mukuro, it was like she was standing on the ledge of a tall building and imagining what would happen if she jumped. A destructive feeling akin to holding a friend's baby and wondering what would happen if he tripped and fell. Before she knew it, fear and anxiety had suddenly taken control of Mukuro's heart.
I gotta say, this is like Hifumi level fanfiction right here. It's pretty good.
Ugh, I need some water. As a member of Thunder, and as ultimate despair, Mukuro had killed innumerable people. She had handled live grenades before. She had descended from the sky in a parachute as anti-aircraft weaponry fired all around her. Her heart never wavered on the battlefield, but now it felt like it could collapse at any second. Monokuma, however, was as stable as a tree and slightly tilted his head to the side. Huh? Weren't you listening to my story? I'm not the one who's gonna kill Makoto. You are. What are you saying, Junko? Monokuma began giving a strange explanation to the very confused Mukuro. Do you know what the suspicion bridge effect really means? It means you push the person you love off a bridge and they'll be yours for eternity. I haven't heard that at all. Life doesn't always follow what your textbooks say. It's sad, but that's what love is. His words made no sense, and Mukuro couldn't think of anything to say as she stood there dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Monokuma continued his little speech, intentionally saying things meant to antagonize Mukuro. Basically, this is your big chance, you know. If you kill Makoto right here and now, nobody will ever take him away from you again. Makoto Naegi, dead by dawn. The last name he ever spoke was Mukuro Ikusaba. The last person he ever smelled at was Mukuro Ikusaba. Doesn't that sound wonderful? There was a certain appeal to Monokuma's twisted suggestion, and Mukuro found herself unsure of her own judgment. This is wrong. It has to be wrong. But it's really Junko saying all this, so doesn't that mean it's right? No, this isn't Junko. It's Monokuma. Monokuma. Are you sure you want to help Makoto? Once he gets better, he's gonna know everything. He'll know what you did to your classmates. I can't believe you would actually erase your friends' memories of their time together and force them to kill each other. Makoto might get mad at you and say, our real enemy isn't the bear, it's her. Do you really want him to blame you for this? Mukuro's face turned pale. Or are you gonna kill the others? If everyone except you and Makoto dies, you'll be able to spend the rest of your school life together. We can't hold a class shout with only 2 people. It might be a good idea for you both to live the rest of your lives in this academy forever. No, that's wrong. And what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do if his memories return? It's not like you were dating Makoto or anything. You were just watching him from afar the whole time. Man, you're so shy you can shoot people's hearts and brains, no problem, but you can't even woo some stupid boy into liking you. Do you want to know who Makoto had a crush on before his memories were taken away? Makoto trembled as Monokuma continued pressing the issue, gradually loosening the screws, keeping her heart secure. So Makoto chose to pretend she didn't hear anything at all. All emotion vanished from her face, and she looked silently from Makoto's e-handbook. If you're looking for his blood type, it's not written in the handbook. Makoto's face turned pale. Within 5 seconds, her plan to ignore Monokuma had already failed. But the Dread Master is made up of 50% kindness. I'll tell you anyway. Makoto's blood type is B. As soon as she heard him say that, all the anxiety, horror, hostility, malice, and dread churning within Makoto had completely vanished. Thank you, Junko. Makoto's eyes sparkled with a hint of suspicion. So she turned her back to Monokuma without a hint of suspicion, and walked toward the refrigerator containing the blood packs. Fresh blood packs should have been prepared before the plan took effect. They'll last in cold storage for 21 days. They should still be good. Despite her emotionless face, Makoto let herself feel a small amount of satisfaction as she took a blood pack from the refrigerator. As Monokuma watched her, his normally emotionless eyes twitched ever so slightly. If a third party could see his face right now, or even if the other students could see his face right now, they'd wonder, is Monokuma surprised? That's right. They'd have the same shocked look on their faces as if they were seeing Monokuma for the first time. At that moment, a whisper crept out of Monokuma's emotionless face. There should be a limit to how disappointing you can be. It was far quieter than a mosquito's wings. Even with her battle-hardened hearing, Makoto couldn't hear what he said. Monokuma shook his head, and the voice returned to normal. It's not like I care that you, the ultimate despair, has hope in anything. It's not like I expected much from you to begin with. So this will at least help me feel despair. But seriously, you disappoint me. Just so you know, despair and disappointment are completely different things, okay? They are as different as bears and pandas. What are you? Makoto's body started to shake as she turned to look at Monokuma. He hadn't started talking any different than usual. Juko hadn't turned off the voice modulator and started talking in her real voice or anything. And yet, Makoto was utterly terrified. She was terrified on instinct. Not as a soldier. Half the reason she was terrified was because of her instincts as the ultimate soldier. And the other half was because she was Junko's older sister. Even through Monokuma, her instincts were telling her that Junko was annoyed with her. Junko? Why are you annoyed? Is it because I betrayed you? Or is it because I didn't die like you wanted me to? Sulked Monokuma. I'm beyond annoyed. I'm really angry. I'm really disappointed right now. I'm so pissed I could take a rage nap right now. Monokuma's anger didn't seem any different from his usual anger towards the students, but Makoto could instinctively sense another emotion mixed in with it. Right now, she could feel that Junko was feeling hopeless disappointment. It's normal for someone who's disappointed to lose hope. For ultimate despair, disappointment means something else entirely. To them, disappointment was tantamount to losing despair itself. Makoto was a member of ultimate despair. At her sister's behest, Makoto had soiled her hands many times in order to fill the world with despair. Despite her pride toward being a member of the ultimate despair, there was a clear difference between Makoto and her sister. Junko Nishima was despair incarnate. She was born in despair, letting it infect other people's hopes so it could rot them from the inside out, twisting them into her own image. For Junko, feeling hope was its own despair. Creating despair in others created despair in herself, which caused her to feel both intense pain and intense bliss. Junko had walked the fracture created from the conflict between pleasure and penance all her life. Eventually, the fracture would widen until it swallowed the world and tore it in half. But Mirko, on the other hand, had neither hope nor despair for the world. At least, not when she was a member of Fenrir. Ever since she was a child, Mirko believed she was meant to spread despair because of her sister. She didn't harbor any ill will toward the world. She simply accepted she was meant to spread despair and chose to walk the same path as her sister. The doubt she felt was only a recent development. When Junko told her about the plan, when she watched the world burn at the hands of terrorists wearing Monokuma masks, she never wavered once. However, as soon as she heard about her sister's plan to make their classmates kill each other, Makoto included, a strange feeling began to stir within her. What started as a seed of doubt soon grew into a thorny vine ensnaring Mirko's feet. As soon as she disguised herself as Junko and finished meeting the other students, as soon as she had confirmed that everyone's memories had been completely taken away, the vine began tightening around Mirko's heart. They're gone. Junko's the only one who knows about me now. That's it. But there's no problem. It's just like old times. Things will never go back to how they used to be, but that's fine. This should be fine. She had relinquished the past 2 years she had spent with her friends so she could betray them and deliver death and despair onto them. Though her heart ached, Mirko was beyond feeling guilt or remorse for her actions. But the question, why does my heart ache like this, still remained unanswered. Perhaps that's why she spent so much time talking to Makoto when he was in the nurse office. And when Makoto gave her that one particular answer, something changed inside of her. In return, I promise if I do decide to kill someone, it won't be you. The words Mirko blurted out to Makoto weren't improvised or to further her role as Junko. It was an honest sentiment from the bottom of her heart. She was even planning to ask Junko herself if Makoto could somehow be spared from her plan. Over the past 2 years, Mirko's interests had been slowly shifting away from her sister and toward the world itself. By extension, her interests also included Makoto, the first person to ever smile at her and make her feel connected to the world. He was like a sapling of pure honesty that had taken root in Mirko's heart. But by the time she realized that, the tree had already rotted. As Mirko struggled to understand the situation, Monokuma let out a sigh and said, I wonder which part of you is a wolf anymore. You're just a dog that blindly follows Junko's orders. What does that tattoo on your hand even mean? Are you just a bitch who's pledged her loyalty to her owner? I bet Toko would say that, I'm positive. Monokuma continued to talk as Mirko stood in confusion. I was obviously lying when I said Makoto's blood type is B. What? Cried Mirko. You lied? Junko.
Oh.
A normal person would have been suspicious. I never thought you'd actually believe me just now. I must have misplaced my eyes because I totally did not see that coming. Not even with my ability to predict the future. How shocking. Jeez, I'm about to start crying my eyes out like some sort of robot cat. Seriously. It's going to be okay, Junko, said Mirko. I know our plan is kind of fell apart, but I'm still on your side. Are you feeling alright? Because I'll do anything. Snap. A harsh sound came from Monokuma's mouth. That was the sound of one of my circles overloading. It's been so long since I felt this angry. Meet me on the roof of the school. I'll smash out all your baby teeth. Monokuma surged shadowboxing in front of Mirko, who remained frozen in place, clutching a blood pack in her hand. She still looked confused, and Monokuma threw up his hands in frustration. You're so disappointing I can't even predict it anymore. Roar! A threatening roar burst from Monokuma's mouth as he leapt at Mirko with his sharp claws extended. At that moment, her face became completely emotionless. It was not a conscious action. It was the defense instincts she honored during her time with Fenrir temporarily suppressed her emotion as she countered Monokuma's attacks. Mirko grabbed a nearby IV stand and used it to parry Monokuma's claws. However, Monokuma's claws seemed to be made with a special alloy and easily sliced the bar in half diagonally. But instead of following up his attack, Monokuma continued talking to Mirko. I guess you're not much of a disappointment when it comes to fighting. In fact, if you were so pathetic that you died from that single attack, that would have been interesting in its own way. But right now, you're just competent in everything. I'm sorry, said Mirko. I couldn't help blocking your attack. But there's no way I can fight you, Junko. After all, I'm all you have. I'm the only one who understands you at all. Makoto's words were riddled with endless dismay. The contrast between her usual stoic self and the way she was acting right now was so stark, people might assume she had multiple personalities. However, Monokuma just quietly stared at her. He was perfectly still, as if all his functions had powered down completely. But Makoto continued to share her feelings. There's no way I can just leave you alone. And then Monokuma broke his silence, but at that moment, a monitor in the nurse's office lit up, displaying a girl's face. Junko Nishima. At the same time, a voice completely unlike Monokuma's began to play from the speaker. Hey, Makoto. Junko! It had been several days since Makoto had heard her sister's real voice, though her face remained emotionless. Excitement sparkled in her eyes. However, that shine immediately dulled. I'm grateful to you, Makoto. I mean it. Junko's voice animated. Oh my gosh. From the speaker sounded very gentle and kind. Junko? I'm really sorry. I said so many things to you. I even tried to kill you earlier, and I was about to make you do something horrible just now. Even though I know your feelings towards Makoto. I don't... You don't have to force yourself. Even if you didn't notice, it was totally obvious to anyone looking at you. You never cared about the class photos. But when Makoto said he was going to take one, you made sure you were facing the camera. And then Junko Nishima, the ultimate despair, flashed a smile, a pure, sweet smile. On the monitor, she looked like a normal high school girl teasing her older sister. And yet, Makoto could feel despair and anxiety encasing themselves around her. I always thought you should have tried hard to take pictures with Makoto, but I guess that's what makes you so disappointing. Still, even though you're disappointing and annoying, I still love you. Makoto trembled upon hearing those words. I love you. That's all she ever wanted to hear her sister say. Makoto believed. No matter what Junko said, she believed her. She really loved her. She believed she was the only one who could truly understand the despair known as Junko Nishima. She was naive. As soon as she heard Junko say, I love you, Makoto realized she had never completely understood her sister. It was only at this moment that Makoto finally understood her sister's feelings. Junko's words right now were kind. Perhaps that kindness was completely honest. The words, I love you, might have been true as well. However, for Junko Nishima, this was her way of saying goodbye. She was severing the ties between them. It was painfully clear to Makoto. And then, before she could even say anything, the girl in the monitor made a remark that cut Makoto into the bone. I'm sure someday you'll make your dreams come true. Alternate despairs never talk to each other like this. A simple truth stabbed into Makoto's heart. Junko had no further use for her. Her own sister was parting ways with her. Makoto had dedicated over 10 years of her life to the cause of ultimate despair, and at this moment it all counted for nothing. But those years no longer mattered to Makoto. Her sister's rejection was more than enough to send her into the depths of despair. That's why Makoto, even now, clung to a small sliver of hope. Meanwhile, Junko was still on the monitor. Yeah, right, did you really think I'd say something that nice? You're so annoying, can you just hurry up and disappear already? Makoto hoped Junko would say something like that. She hoped that she'd start verbally abusing her again or call her useless and incompetent. Makoto was no masochist, but she'd prefer to be showered with bullets and contempt than endure this kind of emotional pain. But, I love you, Makoto. Bye-bye. The monitor went black, leaving Makoto to process the horrible goodbye she just received. And as if on cue, Monokuma started moving again. Isn't family love so nice? By the way, did you know that in about half of all murder cases, the killer is a family member? Monokuma spoke in his usual tone of voice, but it was unclear if his words were getting through to Makoto. Makoto let the blood pack in her hand fall to the floor and tightened her grip on the iron bar she was still holding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Junko, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. She mumbled quietly as she were chanting a spell, and walked past the blood pack on the floor to Makoto's bedside with the iron bar in her hands. I'll do it properly. I'll make sure I do it. So... Oh, said Monokuma, perking up. What you're gonna properly do to Makoto with that thick iron rod you got there? Are you gonna do him? Or are you gonna do him in? Either way, I'm starting to feel some heartwarming excitement. Mirko looked like she had been completely broken. Monokuma walked closer to her with eager and anticipation. Suddenly, Monokuma's body silently floated into the air. Huh? With no expression on his face, Monokuma tried to see what had just happened to him. And in the blink of an eye, an iron bar ripped through his body. The tip of the bar, which had been cut diagonally earlier into a sharp point, went straight through Monokuma and stabbed into a surveillance camera. The lens was completely destroyed and the camera shot out sparks as it broke down. The iron bar was still stabbed into the surveillance camera as Monokuma dangled from the other end. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only static came out. A few seconds later, his functions came to a complete stop. Without making a sound at all, Mirko had kicked Monokuma into the air. As soon as Monokuma's power source and his bomb circuit had been perfectly aligned with the surveillance camera in the nurse's office, Mirko plunged the iron bar into all three of them. No normal human has the skill to utilize such a technique, not even an ultimate. All the hesitation within Mirko had vanished. Her eyes sparkled like a panther stalking its prey at night. A tense aura surrounded Mirko, even more so than when she fought Sakura earlier. Ignoring Monokuma's lifeless form, she looked at Makoto as he breathed softly and remembered her sister's parting words. So this is despair. She mumbled to herself, I'm so sorry, Majuko. I never really understood what despair was. She spoke without emotion, like a machine. But it's going to be alright now. I finally understand. Hidden within her passions began to stir. So, I'll make sure I make you happy, Junko. I'll make sure I fill you with despair. I'll save Makoto. I'll make sure the others don't die. I'll let them escape from this place. I'll deal with the people on the outside, too. You invested so much time and killed so many people for the sake of this plan. And I'll destroy every last remnant of it for you. This was not an act of vengeance towards the sister who had abandoned her. This was an act of mercy. Stuck between the ultimate despair and the hope she gained from Makoto, Mirko was being refined into something that was unlike despair or hope. She had no way of knowing where her path would lead. The excitement.
Redemption arc?
Over 10 minutes had passed. The sound of the students leaving the gym and making their way to the nurse's office rang throughout the hall. Genocide Jack had continued to dodge Sakura's attack with her tricky movements, but when Byakuya blurted out, "Enough already, you irritating pervert," Genocide Jack stopped in her tracks. "Oh my! Getting chewed out by my bespectacled Byakuya is making my masochistic side all tingly. They say the line between sadism and sadism and masochism is paper thin, but in my case, it's more like a Venn diagram. Words can't explain these hard waves of passion squirming from the top of my head to the tips of my toes." As she rambled incoherently about Byakuya, the other students tied her up with a microphone cable from the gym and locked her in her room. Half the students stayed behind to keep an eye on her, while the rest left to search the grounds of the school. As soon as the door to the nurse's office opened, Kyoko saw a non-functioning Monokuma with a hole in its chest, and the remains of a surveillance camera. It wasn't just in the nurse's office, though. On their way there, the students had seen several destroyed surveillance cameras and scattered Monokuma bodies. This was a clear violation of school regulations, but if Mirko was aligned with Monokuma, those regulations wouldn't apply to her anyway. The Monokuma inside the gym was no longer moving, and the students had lost contact with the hacker, Baseki Mandarai. So the students assumed that Mandarai had taken control of a different Monokuma and went after Mirko on his own. With that in mind, Kyoko turned and looked inside the nurse's office once again. It was unusually quiet. The beds were empty, but Kyoko could see the bloodstains that someone had been resting there recently. Looks like they were already gone. Mono remarked, but as he was about to leave, Kyoko spoke up behind him. "I'm going to stay here with Chihiro and search for clues." "Huh?" asked Chihiro, her timid eyes widening. "Clues?" Kyoko continued to speak in a calm tone of voice. "Yes, there may be some clues in these Monokuma remains. I figure you would be the best candidate for investigating machinery." Sakura spoke up. "But isn't that dangerous?" Since Sakura could clearly hold her own in a fight with Mirko, she had joined the other students in searching the school grounds. Kyoko shook her head and replied, "I'm sorry to say this, but if things get out of hand, Chihiro and I will just be in your way. I think it's better if we search for clues here instead of doing nothing. Besides, we might be able to use Monokuma's parts to detect any radio broadcast from the outside world. You certainly have a point. Understood. We'll be exploring this floor for a while. Please shout for us if anything happens. Sakura left the nurse's office. How did she destroy the Monokuma like this? As Chihiro cautiously stood over Monokuma's remains, Kyoko started searching the room. She zeroed in on one of the beds and began studying it intensely. A moment later, Kyoko was satisfied with what she found, and let out a small sigh before she spoke. Chihiro, let me apologize to you in advance. Huh? I dragged you into this gamble of mine, so if anything happens, run out of the hallway and call for help. What is that? What does this mean? But instead of answering Chihiro's question, Kyoko started talking to one of the empty beds. Let me say this first. I'm prepared to hear your story. No matter how ridiculous it may sound, I promise not to decide if it's a lie or the truth until after I've listened to it in its entirety. Chihiro looked confused. She couldn't understand what Kyoko meant at all. The ultimate question lowered her eyes and turned into the ultimate programmer to make a request. Alright, because we don't know what Kyoko's thing is. She doesn't remember what her talent is. Chihiro, does your laptop have a voice recording function? And do you also have a microphone? Yeah. I want you to use that to record everything we're about to hear. But there's no one here. As Chihiro wondered to herself, she began connecting Monokuma's parts to her laptop and turned on the record function. I'm sure we'll pick up every sound in this room now, said Chihiro nervously. Satisfied, Kyoko nodded once again, started talking to the empty bed. So, what were you going to do if I told everyone that I'd found Makoto? When she heard Kyoko said that, Chihiro looked back at her and was surprised by what she saw. At that moment, the ultimate programmer was kneeling on the floor next to Monokuma's remains. From that position, she was able to see it. Of all the beds in their office, there was one bed in particular that couldn't be seen from the entrance. Underneath that bed lay a limp Makoto. A blood pack was hidden next to the bed and slowly providing Makoto with a transfusion. The contents of the blood pack were clear. Rather than blood, it seemed to be some kind of saline solution used in emergency hydration. Though it wouldn't be as effective as an actual blood transfusion, it was enough to keep him from going into shock. Though that was the extent of Chihiro's medical knowledge, she was already surprised that Makoto had been in the nurse's office this whole time. Not only that, but Yoko wasn't talking to the bed that Makoto was under, which sent chills throughout Chihiro's body. However, there was nobody under the bed that Kyoko was facing. But the moment Chihiro noticed that, a voice rang from underneath it. As soon as everyone's attention was focused on Makoto, I was planning to take advantage of that opportunity to take someone hostage. As Chihiro cautiously lowered her head until it was nearly touching the floor, she was able to make out who was talking. Surprisingly, the person hiding there was clinging to the frame of the bed, like a ninja clinging to the ceiling.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty hardcore right there.
Presumably, if someone had glanced under the bed quickly, they wouldn't have noticed anybody that was there. Though Chihiro had no idea who the person was able to hide under the bed for so long, she could at least understand that their strength was beyond normal human levels. There was no question that the person hiding under the bed was Murgoro Igosaba. But you pretend not to notice. Why? Mikuro's voice was as cold as ice, but Kyoko didn't even flinch as she responded. Because I wanted to hear your side of the story. I knew you were hiding under that bed. Compared to the others, the frame was slightly more pronounced. Chihiro tried comparing the beds to see if this was true, but she couldn't tell the difference at all. Only Kyoko's natural observation skills could let her see something like that. Murko seemed to come to a similar conclusion, and appeared from under the bed without making a sound. Her face was stoic and cold. Compared to the bomb inside Monokuma, Chihiro thought she was even more terrifying. However, Murko ignored Chihiro and shifted her gaze at Kyoko. She leaned against a wall and let her arms fall to her sides as she threw out another question. Why do you want to hear what I have to say? Kyoko thought about this simple question for a while, as if she were searching within her own heart for the answer. If I have to provide an answer, it's because I wish to remain neutral. Kyoko quietly looked down. I'm currently missing most of my memories. I don't know who I am or what talent I had to be accepted into this school. She could hear Chihiro's gasp behind her, but Kyoko didn't mind and continued. But even so, I believe I should listen to what you have to say. Regardless of whether you're good or evil, I must hear all the facts in order to know the truth. Good and evil doesn't matter. I'll come to a conclusion based on what I see and hear. I think that's the mythology that's been installed into me. I see. I completely forgot you were like that, Kyoko. But before I listen to what you have to say, I'd like to ask you one question first. What is it? Makoto's reply was completely emotionless. Kyoko presented her question as if she were asking it of herself as well. What was my talent that allowed me to attend this academy? The answer to that question was simple. Kyoko, you're the ultimate detective. That answer marked a turning point for both girls. Thank you. I have a better understanding of the situation now. Kyoko slowly raised her head and presented a theory. If my memory loss wasn't just a coincidence, then your group has the ability to erase people's memories. With that in mind, if we take into consideration the situation that unfolded in the gym earlier, I can only come to one possibility. Possibility? Yes. What you said to Byakuya when he thought you were taking Makoko hostage, you claimed that they met 2 years ago. It's possible that might actually be true. The fact that Makoto called out Muro's name, the things that Muro confirmed and denied, Genocide Jack's outlandish claims, these key factors that Kyoko knows using her special observation skills were converging in her mind to form one answer. It's possible that Byakuya and Toko's memories were also erased, like mine, but I don't think their circumstances are quite the same as mine. But if our memories can be controlled so freely, it calls into question whether the day Monokuma appeared was really the same day we entered the academy. Like you said, it's possible that we've known Toko Futukawa for the last 2 years. What do you mean? Chihiro cried, still working on connecting her laptop to Monokuma's parts. Kyoko continued, speaking to both Chihiro and Muro. We thought we were knocked unconscious with sleeping gas the moment we arrived at the school, but it's possible that we were simply made to think that's what happened. For example, we may have already spent the last 2 years at Hope City Academy, and our memories of that time were completely erased. It's even possible that we weren't even ultimates at all, just random people who've been implanted with 16 years worth of false memories. Though Kyoko's claim sounded ridiculous, her face was completely serious. She looked up at Muro once again. Which means, I'm considering the possibility that your crazy story is actually the truth. Kyoko's declaration filled the room with silence, but she didn't let that silence overwhelm her. Kyoko cut through it with her own words. Without evidence, all I can do is make hypothesis. That's why I want to hear what you have to say, Muro. I have no intention of blindly believing what you're going to say. Or what that self-proclaimed hacker took over Monokuma said. She paused and lowered her eyes again, then declared with powerful determination. Even so, I intend to come to a conclusion as fairly and objectively as I can. But I can only do that if you trust me and tell me the truth. Kyoko's conviction was clear from her voice. Muro's eyes narrowed slightly, and a tapestry of emotions flashed across her face as she looked toward Kyoko. But when she opened her mouth, her expression and voice were completely devoid of emotion. That's right. I completely forgot. You were like this. Like that. Muro repeated this to herself softly, then faced Kyoko and declared, That must be why Junko took care to erase more of your memories compared to the others. Very well. I'll tell you everything. And after Muro placed Makoto back into the bed, she began to methodically tell a story. The story of a girl who wanted to fill the world with despair, a girl who only felt truly happy when she was filled with despair herself. A plan for despair that began 2 years ago, or perhaps even earlier than that. How the world was currently ruled by despair itself. Muro provided a brief summary of everything she knew about the plan. That's why it sounded even more outrageous than Kyoko had expected. And through her story, Kyoko was able to learn the truth about herself, who she is and why she came to the academy. The fate of the academy's real headmaster, Kyoko's father. As she listened to Muro's story, Kyoko remained silent the whole time. Her face went blank when she learned her father had died. Perhaps her memory loss and the absurdity of the situation helped lessen the impact somewhat. But there was no guarantee Kyoko would even leave her story. After Muro finished speaking, Kyoko stayed silent. With her unrivaled mental prowess, she was able to listen to Muro's story without interrupting her or dismissing it as nonsense. Muro continued, You don't have to believe me. After all, any pictures that could prove my story are with Junko. All I can do is talk. After she said that, Muro silently walked toward the entrance to the nurse's office. When she arrived at the door, she spoke again without looking back. But even if you don't believe me, you still listened to everything I had to say, so, Kyoko, Chihiro, thank you. After apologizing in such a strange tone of voice, she turned to the bed where Makoto lay breathing weakly. Make sure Makoto stays rested. When he wakes up, make sure you give him some sports drinks from the dining hall or supply room to drink. Please. Of course, but... What are you going to do now? Asked Kyoko. Murko straight-faced herself up. Despair. I need to make Junko feel despair. Murko continued mumbling to herself as she opened the door. There's something else I can do. No, there's something you can do. Murko stopped walking as Kyoko spoke firmly. Regardless of whether Monokuma is really Junko, Inoshima, or Basiki Mandarai, if you're dealing with him, he won't be able to lay a finger on Makoto. I don't fully trust you, but if you're really concerned for Makoto's life, I'm willing to work with you. Unlike Basiki, who's probably abandoned him already. Right? I'm sorry. I don't really work well with others. Murko looked away, then bowed her head as she left the nurse's office. But, I'll do my best. The doors closed and Murko was gone. I'm sorry for involving you in something so dangerous, Chihiro. As she continued to organize the vast amounts of information that Murko gave her, Kyoko turned to Chihiro, who was still working on Monokuma. As she trembled with fear, Chihiro slowly looked back at Kyoko. Kyoko? About what Murko said just now. Chihiro's face turned pale as she struggled with her words, and Kyoko tried to calm her. We can't determine if anything she told us is true or not. There's no need to be afraid. But Chihiro shook her head and returned to look at her laptop. I think she's telling the truth. What are you basing that on? Well, it looks like Monokuma is really being controlled from the outside. Part of Monokuma's system had been connected to Chihiro's laptop, and she was analyzing the data within its control system. And it was then that the ultimate programmer noticed something unusual about it. This control program. I thought it would be another year before the system became fully operational. Chihiro started trembling as much as she was unable to continue speaking. We can't confirm that, said Kyoko, proposing another possibility to avoid jumping to conclusions. It's possible that a similar program was being developed in secret. But Chihiro adamantly shook her head and said, No, that's not it. It just looks really familiar to me. Kyoko looked over Chihiro's trembling shoulders to peer at the screen, and that's when she noticed this program. Chihiro, did you create this? All the ultimate programmer could do was nod weakly.
Yep.
That's how Chihiro knows, like, hey, this shouldn't have existed yet. First floor main hall. Murko continued moving forward and was fortunate enough to not encounter Sakura or Mondo. With no interference from anyone, she made her way to a hall as large as the gym and stood before the sealed main entrance. Suddenly, Monokuma popped out from the shadows to block her path. Within this hall, that resembled a nuclear bomb shelter, replete with all the manner of heavy weaponry. Monokuma's silhouette was conspicuously out of place here. His laughter rang throughout the room as he wiggled his body from side to side. Boo-hoo-hoo, what are you doing at the nurse's office? Did you eliminate your rival from Makoto's affections? Or did you help pay matchmaker instead? Either way, don't you think it's kind of adorable to put Makoto and Kyoko in this kind of situation together? If this were a suspense film, those two would be the last couple standing. But if this was a horror film, they'd just die anyway. The killer was alive all along. Splat goes the blood, goes the meat. I'm a huge fan of endings where the characters think they're gonna live, but they're really headed to a final detonation. Wait, what the hell is an intonation? Intonation. What does that even mean? Despite Monokuma's angry complaints, Murko remained unperturbed. She continued to stare icy daggers at Monokuma as if she were waiting for him to finish speaking. Boo-hoo-hoo. Well, anyway, I'm just so sad right now. Our regulation breaking delinquent. Oh my god. Delinquent is disturbing the harmony of this peaceful academy. I can't even keep one of my students from running wild. Time to say goodbye to your incompetent headmaster. I'm going to use Monokuma evolution, become a big magnum headmaster, and mold you into a decent student. As soon as he said that, Monokuma extended his claws and wailed toward Murko. So if I'm going to mold you, then I gotta kill you first. Right as he finished speaking, Monokuma suddenly charged at Mikuro like a spiked volleyball. But Mikuro was faster and dodged Monokuma's attack. She jumped back, keeping her distance from Monokuma just in case his claws could extend even longer. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared next to her. Mikuro twisted her body to its limits and just narrowly evaded the figure's attack. When she landed on the floor, she immediately saw. So what does the mortal killer want anyway? Are you gonna tell the others the truth and escape with them? Even though you know that what the outside world is like right now? Two Monokumas were speaking to Mikuro in unison. Honestly, I don't mind if you do that. I can imagine just the look on everyone's face when they discover the truth. It fills me with such heart-throbbing excitement. The two Monokumas continued to speak in stereo sound. You said you'd destroy my plans, but there's no happy ending waiting for you, no matter which route you take. And you only have yourself to blame for that. Tell me you thought they'd be grateful to you. Even if you guys escape here, do you think they'll still forgive you when they get a whiff of that nasty air outside? Some of them might prefer to stay in the school, and some of them might resent you for being kind and showing them the truth. But then again, this is all your fault anyway, so it doesn't really matter what they think of you. Monokuma made a little mistake. Despite facing down two Monokumas, Miro's expression didn't waver. She understood that controlling two Monokumas simultaneously was a piece of cake for Junko. Mikuro drew an arm-length metal bar from seemingly nowhere and readied herself. It was the remains of the IV stand from the nurse's office. She sharpened into a pointed weapon. With her weapon in hand, Mikuro responded in a cold, mechanical tone. That's fine. I'm already used to that. None of the fear that she felt when Monokuma suggested that Makoto would blame her for appeared on her face. Her path was clear to her now, and she calmly issued her demand to Monokuma. Junko, open the gates. The shock of such a straightforward demand left both Monokumas momentarily speechless, but soon they replied, Huh? Why? So we can all leave together. Another straightforward answer. Both Monokumas faced each other and began gesturing as if they were whispering to one another. Mikuro knew the movements were intended to mock her. Unmoved, she continued to speak to Junko directly. I think they'll understand if I show them the outside world. And then they'll stop doubting Makoto. You always find new ways to disappoint me, Mikuro. Did you forget why the school has an air filtration system? It's true that the air outside is polluted, but I don't think it'll kill us immediately. Besides, it's better than being trapped in the school and forced to kill each other. How can you be so sure that the others will go along with you? You know what I mean, right? Before the former headmaster got turned into space dust, he interviewed the other students and they all agreed they wanted to stay in the school. That was before the memories had been erased. Do you really want to betray their wishes? Mikuro blinked and slowly stepped forward. I don't really care about their feelings. Huh? You're all I need, Junko. So don't worry. I'm always watching out for you. I'm going to make sure you feel despair, and I'm going to make Makoto and the others happy. If you want to reveal your own despair that badly, then I'll trust the hope Makoto gave me and take my chances with them instead of you. Mikuro's brief but powerful words caused the Monokumas to turn and talk to each other again. Oh my, this doesn't look good at all, Monokuma A. This child doesn't realize her own hypocrisy. She's so disappointing that she's starting to reach critical mass, right, Monokuma B? The two Monokumas looked at Mikuro, who seemed ready to destroy them, and said, What do you think, Monokuma C? Mikuro was taken aback by their question, but her instinct suddenly kicked in and she immediately dodged away. At that moment, a third Monokuma claws extended past by where her head had been previously. This new Monokuma unit landed with several spins and faced Mikuro, who had clung to the remains of a surveillance camera still attached to the ceiling. I agree with you both, A and B. The three Monokumas lined themselves up. The students locked inside the academy. This sight would have been akin to a nightmare. Run, pooh! The three youths began speaking in perfect harmony as their 6 eyes looked up at Mikuro. Suddenly, they each jumped away in 3 separate directions and kicked off one of the walls. The path of each unit's triangular attack all converged on a singular point, Mikuro, who was still clinging to the ceiling. She was surrounded by razor-sharp claws coming at her from different directions. Ugh, my voice is like throat's dry. But this is
a lot of.
it's a lot of reading.
Yeah.
I don't remember how long this was. Hoping we're getting close to the end. But this situation wasn't even a nightmare to Murkrow. Compared to the time she fended off 3 assassins who had invaded her camp one night, back when she was still a member of Fenrir, this was nothing. This thought crossed Murkrow's mind as she dangled from the ceiling with one hand and thrashed her limbs around like a tornado. Intercepted by this move, the Monokumas fell into the floor with a loud crash. Murkrow landed on the ground and chased after one of them, brandishing her metal bar. Suddenly, she stopped moving and took a huge leap back. One of the Monokumas exploded with a deafening roar. He had detonated the bomb inside of himself in an attempt to take Murkrow down with him. But thanks to her own battlefield instincts, Murkrow managed to avoid the explosion. She looked toward the hallway, expecting the explosion to have attracted the attention of Sakura and the others. But she didn't hear any footsteps approaching. Monokuma's voice rang from within the dense smoke. "Oh, you don't have to worry. I already told the other students to assemble in the cafeteria. They were eager to follow my orders after I told them I have disarmed the poison gas, and that a special police unit was coming to get them. I'm pretty sure Kyoko and the others were all in the cafeteria by now. I'm sure Makoto was with them too. I doubt Sagia will get too rough with him, but I'm sure Byakuya will torture Makoto once he wakes up. I just imagine him rubbing salt or pouring soy sauce into his open wounds. Man, I'm getting all hot and bothered right now." As she listened to Monokuma's overlapping voices, Murkrow tilted her head slightly and asked, "I'm pretty sure they're going to find out that you lied about the special police unit. Are you really okay with that?" "No worries." Oh my gosh, okay. Small thing, I'm like, with the quotation marks. Even though there was 3 and one of them exploded, at least one of them exploded, it still had 3 quotation marks.
Ooh.
This is 4.
I guess.
There's 4 now. "No worries, once I've dealt with you, I don't care about all if they find out I was lying." Yeah, now there's 4 quotation marks, so there's now 4 of them? Oh, now there's 5. There's 5 now. "You don't get it. You're such a disappointment." It suddenly dawned on Murkrow. Not the reason why Monokuma didn't care if the students found out he lied, but rather that the voices of the Monokumas in the smoke were gradually increasing in number. Yep. Oh my god, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, I can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of them. As the smoke started to clear, the shadows of 3 Monokumas appeared. The one that exploded couldn't have revived, so a new one must have come to take its place. But there's no way Murkrow only heard 3 Monokumas talking just now. As to prove her hearing had been accurate, the Monokumas suddenly made their move. The 3 Monokumas bent over began twirling their upper bodies. From behind, new Monokumas emerged, like after images brought to life. The second row of Monokumas mimicked the earlier ones, with only one frame of dally, revealing even more Monokumas behind them. Eventually, Murkrow realized that there were 3 rows containing 10 Monokumas each. Ooh, that's a lot of Monokumas. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there isn't 30 brackets, okay? Come on.
Yeah. Ooh, did you know this is called a circle dance? Monokuma's 30 voices spoke in perfect harmony as they divulged information that had nothing to do with the current situation. Murkrow already knew that multiple Monokumas were positioned throughout the academy, but only Junko knew how many Monokumas actually existed. Murkrow had no way of knowing if these 30 Monokumas were part of a larger conglomerate. Wait, is that the word? I didn't. Okay, whatever. The flock of 2-tone teddy bears continued to twirl around. Murkrow felt like she was being bombarded with hypnotic images. But faced with this abnormal sight, the ultimate soldier remained calm and maintained her focus. She was nothing like the girl who had panicked earlier in the gym when Makoto was impaled. As she stood before 30 emissaries of despair, she slowed her breathing and allowed her heart rate to accelerate. It was instinct, not fear or panic, that she sent her blood racing throughout her body, speeding up the reaction time of her cells. As her senses sharpened, the Monokumas began speaking to her again. Don't worry, I'll make sure Makoto doesn't die. As long as everyone lives, I can reset their memories as many times as I want. Woohoo! That's right! All your effort, hope, dreams, and determination are gonna right in the garbage heap! Monokumas took turns speaking in groups of 10, as if the mastermind controlling the Monokumas wanted to show off her ability to manipulate them. However, the ultimate soldier knew what the true purpose behind all this was. She strained her ears to limit and notice a certain sound hidden among the Monokuma's voices. Mukuro's face remained perfectly still as she kicked off the floor. The moment she moved to the side, a roaring sound shook the entrance hall. The ceiling-mounted turrets in front of the gate started raining bullets down on Mukuro. The Monokumas were just the mastermind's decoy while she tried to blow her away. As if further trapping her, the Monokumas charged at Mukuro through the storm of bullets. Mukuro guessed that the mastermind had programmed their movements in advance so they wouldn't get hit by a single bullet. She ran for the gates, evading waves of bullets and claws every step of the way. Programming 30 Monokumas and 2 turrets while also predicting Mukuro's escape route. This would be considered impossible for anyone, but Mukuro knew it was possible for Junko. As ultimate despair, she possessed despair-inducing abilities that surpassed the capabilities of any normal human. Her display of power was only for filling Mukuro with despair. The scene playing out in front of Mukuro was brimming with despair. The adorably deadly Monokumas laughed and danced like reapers as bullets whizzed through the air. It was despair to the point of absurdity, and it was all for Mukuro. But in the presence of such a despair, Mukuro felt a strange serenity. For me? Junko is doing all this. For me? Junko, are you watching me right now? In the end, perhaps Mukuro really was a disappointment. She clenched her fists. Junko, thank you. The sound of gunfire overshadowed her whisper, and Mukuro fell completely silent. As a member of Ultimate Despair, Mukuro's heart was filled with joy. Though she was filled with emotion, her eyes had lost their sparkle. Silence filled the air. Even the gunfire from the turret seemed to stop for a moment. But that was only an illusion to the one controlling Monokuma. Something strong enough to silence the gunfire had avoided being picked up by the sensors spread through the school, with Mukuro at the center. I'll make sure I did this right. With that the final thought, she closed her mouth and turned off her emotions. As she ran through the waves of scoring bullets, the air around her began to grow colder. As this coolness spread into her heart, it began to beat into a mechanical fashion. Several seconds later, Mukuro's body and mind melded together and became one with her surroundings. Her temperature now dominated the battlefield. Despair, bullets, and Monokumas filled the area. Mukuro predicted their movements and jumped into the air without any hesitation. One of the Monokumas jumped at her, but she avoided this attack, kicked his body, and launched herself in midair. Bullets pierced through the space Mukuro was previously occupying, striking the falling Monokuma right through its internal bomb. The impact of the bullets caused it to explode, sending fiery Monokuma parts everywhere. As she rode the blast wave, Mukuro balanced herself in midair. She kicked away 2-3 Monokumas that leapt after her. She moved so gracefully she was practically flying. In contrast, the Monokumas threw themselves into the path of oncoming bullets, exploding one after the other. Some of them exploding near the main entrance, but their blasts didn't even leave a scratch. With full control over the entrance hall, Mukuro evaded bullets and confirmed that the bombs inside Monokuma weren't enough to destroy the door. No, she refused to stop. Mukuro needed to get information on what she must do to escape the academy. She had no desire to kill Junko. Mukuro wanted to fill Junko with despair by instilling hope into the future of Makoto and the other students. That was Mukuro's ultimate goal. Get information. In contrast to her determination, her mouth stayed shut. But this did not mean Mukuro was not currently speaking to Junko. This situation, this battle of death and destruction, was a conversation of sorts for Mukuro. All she knew how to do was fight. She thought she wasn't interested in anything else. She thought she didn't need anything else. All Mukuro needed was to be a sword to fulfill her sister's desire for despair. That purpose alone was the crux of her existence, and she lived her entire life convincing herself that she couldn't do anything else. That's why power like a language to Mukuro. A battle to the death revealed more about her heart than more words mere words could ever. Her words were in the wind of savagery that blows across the battlefield, uprooting others would also speak to the language of violence. This was true even against her sister. When Junko would berate her sister, Junko couldn't talk back. All she could do was cower and apologize profusely. But it's different now. For the first time, Junko was using a language his sister actually recognized. The child of despair who tore the world apart was speaking to her sister with the language of power. Mikuro's heart filled with joy. For that reason, she strengthened her focus on her conversation with Junko, and that emotion began to gradually disappear. On this frigid battlefield, Mikuro continued her heated conversation. Endless rounds of despair fired from the school's turrets, but Mikuro's words intercepted every less violent shot that threatened to shatter her body and mind in half. She quickly realized the Monokuma hadn't decreased in number at all, no matter how many she kept destroying. Not only that, she noticed that more Monokumas had been joining the fray until there were nearly 50 of them for Mikuro to fight. But Mikuro's resolve wouldn't break so easily. She continued to wield her power. Her heart began to fill with something that was neither hope nor despair. She learned despair from being abandoned by Junko. She learned hope from her acts of violence. For Mikuro, who had no interest in this world, the small space in front of the gate was a reflection of her life, a representation of her perfect world. This disappointing girl, filled with endless disappointment, who knew of no other way to live, continued her lonely dance. She surrendered herself to the rhythm of despair, which accompanies the music of hope. Computer room's innermost area, Monokuma's room. How much time had passed? The surveillance cameras at the gates were capturing footage of countless Monokumas falling into the hands of a child who fought like a raging demon. The Monokumas bolstered their numbers, and now 100 of them were trying to sink their claws into Mikuro. Most of them were running on autopilot, reacting to our moods based on prior information they had received in advance. But despite standing before hundreds of mechanical adversaries, Mikuro's face showed no fear. She hadn't sustained a single injury, giving her a present that was nearly divine to behold. Though Sakura Ogami was powerful enough to injure her arm, Mikuro, in her current state, could potentially fight Sakura to a draw now, without relying on firearms. She took complete control of the battlefield, taking in her surroundings as if they were a part of herself. She dodged attacks from the rear as though she had eyes on the back of her head, and stabbed through the Monokuma's weak points with her metal bar. No matter where the attacks came from, Mikuro deflected them all as if her skin were covered in eyes. Describing her as ultimate no longer did her justice. Mikuro had transcended the boundaries of humanity and became a pure killing machine. But despite that, even though she understood the ludicrous power of her sister possessed, Junko was not afraid. She felt not one iota of fear. After all Junko can feel is despair. So she even started to admire her sister's attempt to fill her with despair, but that sentiment quickly filled Junko with an orgasmic ecstasy of despair. Junko knew. She knew that Mikuro was neither hope nor despair. She was just a phenomenon, a disappointing girl who no longer understood herself, who only knew how to be violent because it was all she could believe in anymore. Mikuro had become an avatar of destruction beyond that of any military force. She couldn't even be considered a soldier anymore. She was a natural disaster, like a typhoon or a tornado. Or perhaps like gravity. She was now a fundamental force of the universe that only existed to bring despair to Junko. The mastermind enjoyed watching her sister go all out. If Mikuro destroyed everything and ruined her life, Junko would still be comforted by the despair. She could just go right ahead and overpower her. Junko considered this for a few seconds until a familiar, hopeless habit reared its head. Her habit of getting so bored that it made her sick. The girl who had been grinning as she watched the screen now bore a look of calm stoicism. And she reached for the microphone connected to Monokuma's speakers. Mikuro was no longer human anymore, but Junko knew how to bring her back. It was a simple feeling, really, and with that hopeless feeling for Mikuro in mind, the mastermind said just one word. Mikuro. In front of the main entrance, Mikuro, the voice. It was calling her name. Instead of using Monokuma's voice filter, Junko's natural voice was coming out of Monokuma's unit. That's all it took. With one word, Mukuro Ikusawa stopped being a force of nature and became a person again. Monokuma's would not miss the opportunity. As if moving to the beat of Mukuro's shaking heart, a torrent of claws leapt to attack her. But Mukuro trusted her instincts and twisted her entire body to fend off the attacks, leaving her with only a few scrapes here and there. But the despair wasn't over yet. The ultimate spirit didn't waste any time making her next move. Mukuro, watch out. Huh? As soon as Mukuro heard that voice, her mind went completely blank. There was no mistaking it. That was Makoto's scream. The scream that saved her from the spears of Gungnir that changed her destiny. No, that's wrong. It took her a tenth of a second to realize that the voice was just a sound clip that Junko had replayed, but it was more than enough time to drag Mukuro, who had regained her humanity, into despair. Right when she recovered from her moment of shock, Monokuma appeared behind her and roundhouse kicked her in the temple. She twisted her head to roll with the blow, but at that moment, a different Monokuma attacked her from the opposite side with a headbutt. And as soon as Mukuro dodged that attack, 3 Monokumas launched simultaneous drop kicks and knocked her to the ground. Ugh. The fact that they weren't using their claws meant they weren't trying to kill Mukuro right away. Before she could stand up, dozens of Monokumas waiting for her on the floor climbed on top of Mukuro and pinned her limbs. One of the Monokumas waddled over to Mukuro as she lay face down on the floor and laughed. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo! A pretty girl getting pinned all by all these me's. Wonder if I should feel more excited about this. Don't make that face. If I wanted to kill you, I'd just pump you full of bullets right now. But I don't think the audience watching this on this TV would like that ending very much. I need to make sure I get it the right way this time. What are you planning to do to me? Mukuro asked in her emotionless voice. Monokuma goffed it. Oh my gosh. Goffed it. I guess, and answered. Guffawed? Okay. Nothing. I'm gonna stick to the original plan and make you play the killing game at the school. I'll erase everyone's memories again, and I'll just make them redo the introduction and the entrance ceremony again. In typical Monokuma fashion, he leaned his face toward Mukuro. But it'd be boring if we had to redo everything. Maybe this time I'll have you participate as Mukuro Ikusawa. I'll take away even more of your memories like I did that irritating detective. You'll just be a poor little girl with no memory at all. As Monokuma talked and wiggled his body from side to side, the other Monokumas danced and twirled around. Amidst this fantastical scene, Monokuma continued to describe his hopeless plan in a nonchalant manner. At first, you'll be the girl with amnesia, and everyone will feel so sorry for you. But as they reveal the mystery of this academy, they'll find out who you really are. It's exciting to think how they'll treat you when that happens. Knowing you, you'll probably kill someone purely on instinct. Maybe I should rethink my rules about self-defense. You can't. Her memories would be erased. There was nothing she could do about her classmates hating her. But losing even her childhood memories would mean her connection to Junko would be severed as well. Even if Mukuro had no interest in the world, that was unbearable even for her. I've heard of New Game Plus before, but this is the first time I'll get to see a New Game Minus. Should I try you up for fun? Or maybe we should make this game even more masochistic? Forget hard mode, very hard mode, and inferno mode. Wanna just skip ahead to impossible mode? Maybe I'll erase your memories after I drag you on a motorcycle, pummel you with 1,000 baseballs, burn you at the stake, and crush you with an excavator. Mukuro knew what Monokuma was talking about. He was describing the tools they had prepared for the various executions they had planned for the students. After everyone reintroduced themselves, they'll walk around the school grounds and eventually find a flat-chested girl with amnesia, covered in bandages with fingers tattooed on her right hand. I bet a certain fan base might get off on that. If this were a game, that would increase sales by 500%. Though Monokuma sounded like he was joking, everything he said was deadly serious. As evidence, Mukuro heard a rumbling sound off in the distance. Now then, your sweet ride is on its way. Based on the engine's noise, Mukuro surmised that it was the large motorcycle that was supposed to be used for one of the executions. I took the time to bring this all the way from the punishment room, so you better be grateful. The sound of the roaring engine grew louder and louder, like the approaching footsteps of death. Mukuro wondered how Monokuma would drive it with such tiny arms and legs, but then she remembered she was dealing with the ultimate despair. Junko had made the impossible possible just to bring about despair. A despair that went hand in hand with Mukuro's fate. Did I fail. I couldn't fill Junko with despair? I couldn't save Makoto and the others? Questions raced through Mukuro's mind, but she wasn't able to answer them. There's no way she could have answered them so easily. After all, she was still alive. The sound of the motorcycle grew closer and closer, as if it was threatening to break Mukuro's spirit. Suddenly, Monokuma stopped moving. The other Monokumas continued doing their automatic movements. As this strange event unfolded, Mukuro noticed something. The motorcycle had suddenly gone quiet. After a few seconds, the engine exploded to life and began to approach even faster than before. Only a few seconds later, what appeared in front of the main entrance was an enormous motorcycle that plowed through the groups of Monokumas like a predator hunting its prey. The rider of this motorcycle was none other than Mondo Owada. Mukuro and Monokuma were both visibly shocked by this turn of events. Instead of addressing them, Mondo accelerated the motorcycle he stole from Monokuma directly toward Mukuro. Just before his front tire touched Mukuro, he popped a reverse wheelie and turned the entire motorcycle around. The back wheel swept under Mukuro's back, knocking away all the Monokumas that were pinning her. "Hey, can you stand?" Mondo asked and begrudgingly offered his hand to Mukuro. Confused, Mukuro took his hand and stood up. "What are you doing, Mondo? I was so close." "I was so close," one of Monokuma's protested, not in his normal voice, but as the heckler Basiki Mandarai. "Oh yeah, you're Basiki or whatever, right?" "That's right. Why are you helping a terrorist?" "I ain't bragging about this or anything, but I have no clue if you or this girl's lying." The veins in his temple began to bulge, and his cheeks flushed with anger as Mondo said, "But still, I ain't the type to just stand around while some idiot gangs up on a girl." "What are you saying? Get a hold of yourself. You must be experiencing Stockholm Syndrome. You've deluded yourself into thinking you're friends with a criminal who's taking you hostage." Monokuma's tried to explain to Mondo, but he ignored him. He took Mukuro's hand and pulled her onto the back of the motorcycle. "Oh, shut the fuck up. I don't know nothing about Stockholms or syndromes, but don't go acting like you can boss me around." As Mondo shouted, he revved the motorcycle, as if he was using it to punctuate his words. The ceiling-mounted turrets began moving, but the two disappeared before the turrets could take aim at the motorcycle. As Mondo shouted, motorcycle. As they zoomed through the hallway, countless Monokumas chased after them, waving their claws wildly through the air. "Why?" asked Mukuro. "Huh?" shouted Mondo. His voice was even louder than the sound of the engine. "Don't get the wrong idea. I don't trust you at all." He lowered his voice slightly, as if he were whispering to himself. "But still, I don't know why, but I felt like I could trust what he said." "He?" inquired Mukuro. But there was no time for questions. The unit leading the Monokumas chasing after the motorcycle had almost caught up to them. And then, like the enormous maw of some fearsome creature, they brandished their claws in perfect unison. At that moment, the motorcycle zoomed by a certain girl. A girl whose fighting ability surpassed that of any normal human. The strongest girl on Earth. With a fighting spirit that defied comprehension, the ultimate martial artist kicked off the floor. Its sound, even louder than the motorcycle's engine, filled the room. When Mukuro looked back, she saw Sakura landing on the floor, sending the pack of Monokumas flying several meters away. Sakura? If she heard Mukuro mumble her name, Sakura didn't acknowledge it. Like a statue of a fearsome god king, she calmed her breathing as she stood before the pack of Monokumas ready for a battle. Your pursuit methods seem unbecoming for one who claims to be the ultimate hacker. An overpowering aura seeped from her skin. Her skin, simmering with an intense heat, began to fill the hallway. Unlike the power of Mukuro's sheer violence, this was the power of martial arts. Mukuro froze the air around her, and time along with it, but Sakura was generating enough heat to boil space itself as she stood before the Monokumas. With that heat stinging her back, Mukuro looked ahead. Hifumi and Chihiro were cautiously peeking from behind the door leading to the dorms, while Aoi and Taka kept watch from the inside of the building. After passing them by, Mondo slowed down the motorcycle as he reached the front of the cafeteria and turned into a complete stop. The other students looked warily at Mukuro, but amongst these students, Mukuro noticed two people who weren't regarding her with suspicion. One was Kyoko, who seemed to be studying the situation. The other one was a skinny boy who was leaning against Kyoko's shoulders. "Makoto?" Makoto's lips began to tremble as she sat on the back of the motorcycle. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, going through his body, Makoto smiled at Murkrow and repeated what he had said to her earlier. I'm glad you're safe, Murkrow. Unfortunately, Murkrow was unable to realize her hope of filling her little sister with despair. Instead, she had successfully planted the seeds of hope into her fellow classmates, other fellow students. Murkrow had barely regained consciousness while Murkrow was fighting the horde of Monokumas at the main entrance. When he woke up, he did something extremely simple. He talked about his memories. Most of the students were still skeptical even after listening to Murkrow's recorded confession on Chihiro's laptop. Obviously, they were still not entirely convinced at first when Makoto woke up, but after Sakura asked him a certain question, the ambience completely changed. Then beyond the walls of the school, the world is completely destroyed. You're saying there's no one else alive? Makoto slowly sat up to answer Sakura's meek question. Don't worry, I'm sure Kenjiro's still safe, which is Sakura's love. Yeah. Ugh. So, and of course, he wouldn't have known that normally, unless she would have told him. I'm sure he'll still keep his promise to you. Sakura gasped. Kenshiro was the only man she couldn't defeat, a man who had promised her a rematch and made her the one other promise as well. How do you know that name? How do you know about that promise? Because you told me. No. Makoto slowly corrected himself. You told all of us. Sakura was silent after hearing those words, but she then faced the other students and spoke in a loud, clear voice. I'm going to trust Makoto. Sakura? Although Aoi was shocked, Sakura continued to speak with determination. What Makoto just said is something I kept locked away inside my memories. In fact, I was planning to keep that a secret until the day I die. But if I shared that secret, that means there was once a strong bond between Makoto and myself. And with my fellow students as well. Makoto continued to talk to it in a gentle tone. Though it couldn't have been good for his health, he continued to slowly talk about the memories that the other students had no longer had. Why do you know about the story I'm planning to write? Are you a specialist Nen user who can predict the future? You already finished that story for me. You had me help you with inking. What? Wait a sec. How do you know I extorted... Oh wait, this is...
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
No. Spoilers.
I don't remember this part.
Spoilers.
What? Wait a second. How do you know I extorted money from that girl related to the Kazuryu clan? Because you even tried to sell my organs to them. His words were excruciating. His wounds were excruciating, but even so, Makoto kept smiling and talking about their lives together, as if it was his duty to do so now that he had regained his memories. As the other students listened to him, they slowly began to realize something. The vivid accounts he was providing couldn't be explained as just passing knowledge. Clearly, some kind of bond between them had all been erased. Only Byakuya remained cynical. There's no way I could have grown close to any of you. It's likely that you're all secretly working together. Though Byakuya was still hostile toward Makoto's recollection of their memories. For the time being, he determined that Makoto wasn't actually a terrorist. Murkrow had bought enough time for Makoto to wake up and share his memories with the others. Even if she hadn't intended to do that, it was still a small sliver of hope that she grasped tightly. Oh my gosh. And now, as she looked at the boy who had smiled at her, Murkrow didn't know what to say. She couldn't think of anything to say at all. The battle was over, and Murkrow was now back to being a disappointing girl. She turned away from everyone's face and apologetically climbed off the back of the motorcycle. But Makoto saw her and slowly opened his mouth to say, Thank you, Murkrow. You saved my life. Makoto gave her words of sincere gratitude between his weak breaths. Murkrow couldn't bring herself to look at him as she mumbled to herself. Why? Huh? If Kyoko told you, then you already know what I did, right? After regaining his memories and learning the truth, Murkrow should have been nothing but a hated traitor to him. Why would he smile at someone like her? Murkrow kept her head down. Makoto smiled as if he wasn't sure how to respond and said, Well, I guess you're right, but you also saved my life many times during these past 2 years, and... Makoto took a deep, quiet breath and smiled at Murkrow again. You're my friend. We all spent time with each other. It would be great if you could look for a different path, not despair. And if there's no way I can help you, if there's any way I can help you, I will. Do you really think I can walk another path at this point? I don't know what you can do, or even what I can do, but I think it's more important to look for that path instead of actually finding it. Was this intentional or coincidence? Just before he regained his memories, Makoto had said something similar to Meguro when she spoke to him in the nurse's office as Junko. Regardless of whether he lost his memories or regained them, those words revealed Makoto's true character. As Meguro confirmed that to herself, Makoto blurted out something that was almost too trusting. And it's not just you. Even Junko can. But he was immediately interrupted. Monaco's face appeared on every monitor on the academy, and his laughter seemed to be coming out of every speaker. I could have kept pretending to be that ultimate hacker, but it's boring to impersonate someone who doesn't even exist. If this keeps up, I'll lose my identity and turn into Kon Okuma. Kyoko looked up at the surveillance camera and addressed Monokuma directly. You seem to give up pretty easily. There isn't a bear anywhere that gives up as easily as I do. Regardless, I'm pretty sure Chihiro has figured out the secret of my control program by now. So, just as I thought, you included that you included that program on purpose. Kyoko realized something when Mikuro told her about Junko. There were two reasons such a hateful person would intentionally leave an obvious clue inside the Monokuma units. Either Junko wanted the students to learn the truth about the outside world and themselves on their own and turn their hopes to despair, or she was looking forward to that clue, resulting in her own plan being undone, which would allow her to feel despair toward herself. She was an angel of everlasting darkness, delighting in her own despair and using it to spread despair and destruction to those around her. Why would someone like that continue to play the role of Monokuma? Actually, I set that program for Chihiro to discover if she happened to be one of the final 5 survivors. I feel so sad and empty that my preparation was a waste. I'm going to think about it positively. The word retreat doesn't exist in Monokuma's dictionary. Nervousness began to drip the students as Monokuma continued talking in his relaxing, uplifting voice. Now then, it looks like everyone's here, including Toko, still tied up in her room. So let's start the heart-throbbing, exciting special graduation exam. Huh? The students broke out in noisy confusion, but Monokuma ignored them and kept talking. Don't think about it too hard. Relax. Change Elax to Uppert. For all I care, I still read the most adorable bear here. Byakuya, visibly annoyed with Monokuma's nonsensical ramblings, shouted, I already know it's you, Jingo. Stop this stupid game and show yourself. Oh my, don't you know? If you want to lure the mastermind out of her heavenly hidey hole, you need to bring a worthy sacrifice. You're not worthy enough at all. Do you really think the mastermind would show herself for your pathetic hope and despair? He roared maniacally, then began to explain the special graduation exam. If you pass my exam, everyone will graduate, but if you fail, you'll be held back for a whole year. I'll forsake your memories, give you a fresh new lease on life, and you'll reintroduce yourself at the start of the school year again. They say people's lives don't come with reset buttons, but I'm not a people. Whether it's a soft resets or hard resets, I can do as I please. Yasuhiro seemed confused, but the other students knew what Monokuma meant by reset. He was going to force them to relive their school lives once again. As Yasuhiro struggled to understand, Taka pointed to a nearby monitor and shouted, Stop this already! No matter what you do to us, we'll never commit murder! These past few days should have already made that clear to you! What was that? Jumped Monokuma. Are you serious? Of course, no one here would ever take another human being's life for any reason. Asaka shouted. One of those students, a pale-faced girl standing apart from the others, looked away. It was Sayaka. As she trembled, a voice popped up from behind her. What do you think, Sayaka? She couldn't even turn around from sheer terror, but Sayaka knew. She knew Monokuma was standing right behind her. Do you really think none of you will become a killer? Monokuma leaned toward Sayaka and asked her a question only she could hear. By the way, Sayaka, why did you go to Makoto's room when nothing strange had happened yet? Did you two have an inappropriate relationship? What would your fans think if they found out you made a move on a boy by sneaking into his room? Or were you there for some other reason? She could barely make a sound, much less scream, as her trembling worsened. Monokuma had nothing to gain by cornering Sayaka and toying with her emotions like that. He simply wanted to see the young girl fall into despair over her true character. And for that reason, Monokuma did not relent. Hey, what were you trying to do to your close friend you've known for the past 2 years? Her determination from last night blended with the memories Makoto had recountered and ate away at Seika's mind like a disease. As her mind began to rip itself apart, she fell to her knees. A clear ball flying at just under 105 miles per hour struck Monokuma in the mouth with enough force to sink into his face. The speaker in Monokuma's mouth was immediately destroyed, and his body rolled into a wall and stopped moving. Sayaka came to her senses and looked where the ball had came from. She saw Leon, breathing heavily as he stared intensely at Monokuma. Yasuhiro grabbed him and yelled, "Dude, why did you do that, Leon? The crystal ball is really valuable." Leon had stolen Yasuhiro's crystal ball and thrown it at Monokuma. That Monokuma bastard was trying to take Sayaka hostage. What was I supposed to do? Dude, that crystal ball cost me $2 trillion. Drew, $2 trillion. They don't even print that much money anymore. Oh, bullshit. Besides, the world is all screwed up. What the hell are you gonna need money for anyway? If it's safe out there, I'll just join the major leagues or whatever and pay you back. Well, I could pay you back doing something else besides baseball. As those two argued, Sayaka fell to her knees. Hey, shouted Leon, running toward her. Sayaka, are you okay? She looked at him and stared blank. Yeah, just like, ooh, about that. She looked at him and stared blankly. Leon. She made up her mind. She raised her head as she said, there's something I need to confess to you later. What? Seriously? Sayaka was staring at Leon so intently that he briefly forgot about the current situation. Not just to you, but to Makoto, and the others too. Sayaka had made up her mind to confess the sin that was weighing heavily on her heart, but Leon seemed not to hear the latter half of her remark. He ran back to the others, slapping Ifumi and Yasuhiro on their backs and shouted, "Alright everyone, let's ace this exam or whatever and get out of here already. There's no way I'm gonna let my happy memories of this place get taken away." The Monokuma, a sin-set monitor, responded, Fine, now that things are finally coming to a boil, let's start the graduation exam." Sakura, who had been outside the dormitory, suddenly appeared with some information. The Monokumas in the hallway are acting peculiar. The students all moved to the main building to see what Sakura was talking about. There they saw 50 Monokumas standing in 2 rows along the walls of the hallway, one standing at the very end of the hall. There was something strange on top of this Monokuma's head, and a large version of the escape button that Makoto had obtained from the Mono machine. As each student took in the sight, an announcement rang throughout the school. "The me at the end of the hall has a button on the top of his head. Now open the main entrance. You'll have 15 seconds to get that button, and if you do, I'll let you have it in place of a diploma." The students seemed surprised by the straightforward explanation. Only Celeste remained calm, and she asked Monokuma with a bored look on her face. "Of course, it is not as simple as running up and taking it, is it?" "Oh, how mean! Do I look like the kind of headmaster that would interfere with the student's graduation? Forget the gunfire salutes. I'm gonna send my graduates off with some fireworks. 100 fireworks to be exact. Enough for 20 seconds of hardcore partying." The more perceptive students immediately realized what he was talking about. The bombs inside each of Monokuma. They would explode one after the other, filling the hallway with fire as soon as time started. "After 15 seconds, the me standing in the back of the hall is going to sacrifice himself to give you guys one final firework. By the way, this probably isn't important, but that button isn't very durable." This graduation exam was Monokuma's way of saying that he had no intention of letting anyone leave. It was clear from the explosion the students saw during the entrance exam that the halls of Hope's Academy would be bathed in fire. Even if someone was lucky enough to survive the explosions, the button on their body alone would be enough to send them into a fatal shock. Their lungs might be completely incinerated by the scorched air before that. Even if they sacrificed one student to run through, the odds were low that they would even succeed. But there was no reason for every student to run in at at once either, and a shadow of despair fell upon their faces. Nice, very nice. I almost went to take a picture, so I have those faces as a souvenir. As Monokuma laughed from behind the monitor, Sakura stepped forward. I'll do it. I've only seen the explosion once, but I believe I'm capable of withstanding its power. No, shouted Aoi. You can't. Even you can't handle 100 of those explosions. Sakura shook her head. I'm the only one who even has a chance. Suddenly, Mondo remembered the motorcycle he had parked inside the dormitory and said, Hold up. That motorcycle might be fast enough to get through those explosions. I'll do it. Don't be hasty, urged Sakura. Even if the motorcycle is unharmed by the explosion, that doesn't mean its rider will be. As Sakura and the others continued the debate, one person stepped toward the hallway lined with Monokuma's. I'll do it. Murkuro! Screamed Makoto weakly. Makoto with her... Makuro?
Apo?
Yeah, I'm like, what? Okay, Murkuro, with her back facing Makoto, turned her head to the side slightly, and gave a small nod. She knew it would come to this. She knew why Monokuma would pose such an impossible exam. Junko is already looking forward to the next spare game. She's going to erase everyone's memories, including mine. She just wants to torment us and fill us with despair before that happens. But Murkuro knew her sister's personality all too well, and that's why she was confident. She knew the escape button was real. Whenever Junko thought despair to the others, she always made sure there was a possibility that despair would befall her instead. If the students won this gamble and made it through this horrible situation, they would finally escape to the outside world. That outcome could obviously fill Junko with immense despair. In the same way she left a clue in Monokuma's control program, Junko could not be satisfied unless she took pains to ensure her own destruction. It was this quality that made Junko the ultimate despair. That's why Mukuro was determined to do it. She knew she was the only person who stood a chance of making that outcome possible, even if she had to risk her life. But right now, Mukuro wanted to live more than anything. She wanted to hold onto this world, a world she had no interest in previously. She didn't even know if this hesitation she felt was disappointing or not, but she wanted to live and continue searching for a new path. A path where she could abandon her submission to despair, where she could accept the sense of accept the sense of the past and continue to live. Murkuro, who was known as the War Machine, found her heart beset by overwhelming fear and anxiety. Until now, it had never occurred to her that determination was necessary to live. As if she was brushing that fear aside, she quickly said, thank you, Makoto. Unfortunately, the words she said to the boy who showed her new possibilities never reached his ears. Sakura, however, heard her and frowned as she said, If you're planning to sacrifice yourself as an act of penance, I'll stop you with all of my power. Though her words were firm, there was unmistakable affection hidden in them. Both girls had decided their lives to a battle, and yet Murkuro felt a twinge of jealousy towards Sakura for possessing something she lacked. Murkuro leaned toward Sakura and whispered into her ear, What? Are you serious? Sakura's frown intensified. Oh my god. Monaco's voice blared throughout the halls. Alright, I'm gonna start the exam now. Ready, set, go! There was no time for questions or objections. The frontmost Monokuma exploded, sending a roaring wave of heat through the hall. But Murkuro didn't look away. She began moving, powered by resolute determination. Monokuma room. As soon as the graduation exam started, the mastermind focused her control entirely on the Monokuma holding the escape button, and completely synchronized her field of vision with it. She knew what was going to happen next. She could predict what her sister, Murkuro, would do in this exact situation, where she would choose to focus her superhuman skill with weaponry. And so, through Monokuma's eyes, she watched the scene unfold exactly as she'd predicted. A pointed metal bar burst through the explosions, heading straight for the weak point of the Monokuma, holding the escape button. Specifically, it was aiming for the point where the bomb's detonation system and Monokuma's power source were overlapped. It flew straight and true, as if it had been fired by a master archer. In order to bring despair to Monokuma, and by extension Junko as well, the super soldier known as Mukuro Gasapa threw the pipe like a spear so it could attack the same weak point she had pierced in the nurse's office. As explosions filled the hallway until only fire remained visible, The spear's speed and precision was, as it soared to its target, defied all human logic. But the mastermind knew. She knew Mukuro had used her power to fill the world with despair. Power was all that disappointing girl had, but that power was useless against Monokuma. The mastermind had predicted that Mukuro would put all her effort into that throw, and Monokuma caught the metal bar perfectly between his hands. The force of the throw knocked Monokuma back several yards, but the pointed end of the bar never pierced through his chest. Well, that was disappointing. The mastermind turned to look at a different monitor. She wanted to see the look on Mukuro's face when she realized she failed to strike Monokuma. The despair of seeing the final Monokuma explode right before her eyes, completely obliterating the escape button. She wanted to sear the memory of her disappointing sister's final moments as her newfound hope sank into a dark pit of despair. On instinct, she turned her attention to the surveillance camera that hadn't been destroyed, but instead of seeing Mukuro and the others, she only saw Sakura, who looked as though she had finished launching an attack. She only thought it was strange for a second. But then the hopelessly powerful mastermind completely understood the situation and shifted her point of view to Monokuma. But because of that single second, Junko would feel just a pang of despair. 3 seconds left. Amid the smoke, flames, and heat encircling the highway, it burst through the blue with the speed of a cannon shell. It glared at Monokuma with hot, boiling eyes that betrayed the icy expression on its face, and then, sharply, swiftly, strongly, it transformed into a living weapon that cuts through everything and revealed its true form from the hull of despair. 2 seconds left. Monokuma, who was still holding the metal bar in his hands, tried to move, but at that exact moment, the living weapon carried a path through the flames and appeared before him. Its body, which had never been wounded on any battlefield, was sustaining all manners of burns and injuries. But even so, it did not falter. The fire in its eyes never flickered once. 1 second left. The living weapon, Mukuro slammed her knee into the back of the metal bar Monokuma was holding. The sharp tip of the metal bar pierced through the Monokuma like a rail spike, shredding the detonator and his power source into pieces. Time's up. The 100 explosions ceased the smoke, and smoke blanketed the hallway. Mukuro had divided into Monokuma, and the pristine escape button now rested in her hand. She and the other students of Hope Academy had passed the graduation exam. It was only a small amount of despair. Monokuma had tasted it in only 3 seconds. First floor hallway. Jinko. Mukuro looked down at Monokuma. He could no longer move or self-destruct. When she spoke to him, a static-filled voice emitted from its mouth. It seemed his communication function still worked. Woo-hoo-hoo! I never expected you to do that. He still sounded like Monokuma. It seemed his voice modulator was unharmed as well. I must have underestimated you. I never thought you'd need anybody's help on the battlefield. When I give the signal, please launch me forward with a roundhouse kick. Mukuro whispered those words to Sakura just before the explosion started. After Mukuro threw the metal bar, she jumped into the air. At the exact moment, Sakura unleashed a roundhouse kick. Right when Sakura's foot made contact with her own, Mukuro used the force generated by her kick to propel herself at Monokuma. Using the ultimate martial artist's superhuman attack like a springboard, she shot herself through the air like an artillery shell. Enduring the intense heat, shrapnel, and blood-draining G-force, she stayed conscious as she charged through the hallway, engulfed with explosions and despair. Mukuro trusted Jinko. She trusted Jinko to predict that she'd thrown the metal bar and catch it accordingly. Then she tried to look at her face as the despair sets in. The Jinko Nashima she knew would definitely do that. Although Mukuro hadn't predicted that her sister would try to kill her with the spears of Gungnir, she had a better understanding of her actions now. As Mukuro stared Monokuma in his face, all he could do was laugh scornfully. You put your life in someone else's hands for a deadly battle. I don't know how I feel about that. It'll always be a half-assed disappointment. I guess this time I'll just say I lost because I didn't see as much disappointment coming. And then... Mukuro shook her head at Monokuma. No, you're wrong, Juko. Huh? If you want to talk about winning or losing, I think we lost, before we even started. Mukuro's eyes shifted from side to side as if she were unsure of something, and she fidgeted in place as she continued to talk. No matter how much despair they felt, you didn't think they'd kill each other the way they were before. That's why you erased their memories. They're like the others you forced in the past. You know these students would never do it. That's what you believed, isn't it? What are you talking about? So, it's okay, Junko. I'll bring back everyone's memories someday, and I'll show you everyone's happiness and their bonds. I'll show you all that to you, and fill you with even more despair. Murko nodded after she said this, as if to cheer her sister up. After several seconds of silence, Monokuma responded, You finally beat me this time, and that lame speech is the best you can do. You're such a disappointment. You never fill me with despair. It's just a constant disappointment. After pouting like a sore loser, Monokuma continued to speak in his usual tone. But you guys will be back. And when that time comes, I'll invite you guys to a wonderful place. I found out about this fun island where I was running things here. Monokuma's laughter filled the room before his sack finally cut out and his remains fell silent. He wouldn't be talking again any time soon. The mastermind was already preparing a new despair to bring to the world and to the students of Hope Peak Academy, Junko included. In the end, the mastermind stayed in her Monokuma persona until the very end, and Junko Nishima never showed her face again. It was as if she resented the despair Murko had given her. The thought almost filled Murko with despair. But when she heard her classmates calling for her, she sealed that despair into the depths of her heart. From now on, she would seal away all her despair. And one day, when she can give Junko the perfect despair, she will unleash all the despair she stored and plunge with her and her sister into a dark abyss. I won't leave my little sister alone. In the end, it was the first hope the disappointing older sister had felt since she was a child. Several hours later, main entrance. Murko, are you really going to go out wearing that wig? After receiving a blood transfusion of the correct blood type, Makoto was beginning to show signs of recovering. Murko, holding her wig to disguise herself as Junko Nishima, nodded. If I live as Junko, I might be able to understand her better. Despite that, Murko's voice still sounded like her own, as if she hadn't fully decided. And I've made up my mind. While I'm out there, I decided I'll accept everyone's hatred toward me, and toward Junko. I can't die until I've destroyed all the despair that Junko has spread. The damage that ultimate despair inflicted upon the world cannot be measured in terms of money, culture, or even human life. Television broadcasts had already begun informing people that Junko and Nishima and Murko Ikasawa were the heart of the ultimate despair. Among the survivors of the outside world, there are still people who hadn't been tainted by despair yet. Regardless of the fact that she released Makoto and the others, to these survivors she was nothing more than the reason the world ended. And to the terrorists wearing Monokuma masks who continued to ravage the world, Murko was nothing but a traitor. She was now in a hopeless situation of being enemies with most of humanity. But Murko wasn't making a big deal out of it. I'm going to try not to kill anyone who comes after me for revenge. Wouldn't it be safer to just turn yourself in? Wondered Yasuhiro. Well, you may just get executed instead. But you could live to be an old lady if your trial keeps getting pushed back. Murko slowly shook her head at Yasuhiro. Yeah, I think Yasuhiro knows a little bit about the law. A little bit, at least.
Is he speaking from experience?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe he's got some fraud or some larceny, charges against him.
Yeah.
Maybe that was going on. Maybe he's got some misdemeanors going on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, probably. Laws, justice, these things no longer exist. Is it really that bad out there? Maybe we should just stay in here. Miyako glared at Yasuhiro with contempt. Ignorant idiots should just shut up. Your fate won't change whether you stay in here or not. Though he was shocked to learn the Togami Corporation had been destroyed, Byakuya continued to remain firm and proud, even toward Murko. You are a rare asset, continued Byakuya, so I'll let you live for now. Depending on your actions, I may consider forgiving your crimes after I build a new world. Only a Togami would boast that they are capable of forgiving the crime of ending the world. You don't need to do that. I don't plan on just surviving. After turning away from Byakuya, Murko looked at the other students. Everyone was reacting in their own way. Kyoko had a look of quiet preparation. Toko, having just changed back from Genocide Jack, was panicked and confused. Murko looked back on the 2 years she spent with them, then turned to Makoto, who shared the same memories as her, and gave him the escape button. Makoto, you press it. Me? I think it's better if you press it instead of me. As she watched Makoto accept the button with some hesitation, Murkrow thought about what Monokuma had said. You guys will be back. Murkrow knew that Monokuma was telling the truth. After all, the file the students needed to fully restore their lost memories remained hidden in the academy. The research notes of Yusuke Matsuda, the ultimate neurologist. His research is the key to restoring everyone's memories. Even if the students no longer have their memories, they may be able to repair the bonds they had built among themselves over the past few years. But as long as their memories remain unrestored, the mastermind could still repeat her deadly plan. Although the island mentioned earlier sounded strange, the students could not turn their backs on the despair facing them. Then, let's go. Makoto remembered everything that was happening in the outside world. The boy who had chosen to remain inside the academy 2 years ago was now choosing to leave. How much did he struggle to come to that decision? But he was determined to face the despair waiting for him outside, and hid his internal conflict from the others. By protecting Makoto's hope, Murkrow would bring despair to her beloved sister. But she no longer knew if the end result of her goal would lead to hope or despair. She pulled the wig over her head and hid her face with her hands. Was she smiling because hope was waiting for her? Or was she crying because her path would lead to despair? When she lowered her hands, her face was devoid of all emotion. Murkrow no longer knew what expression she would wear on her face. At the same time, Makoto pressed the escape button. A siren began to wail as the turrets retracted into the ceiling. From beyond the heavy door, a bright light appeared. An infinite number of ifs and all the possibilities contained therein encased the world, accepting everything, hope, despair, and even the feelings of that disappointing girl, Murkrow Yosaba.
Yeah, Mukuro totally had to wear the wig. It wasn't, reusing assets or anything.
Yeah, totally. And that's the end of that. So yeah.
It's like I said, Fumi would be proud. That's a fanfic for you right there.
It really is. Okay.
Expect to go on Newgrounds and find it posted there or something. But seriously, that was actually a lot better than I thought it was going to be. It was clear that they assigned a couple of writers to it and didn't actually make any assets for the thing itself, really, other than maybe like the scene where there's blood on the floor in the nurse's office, but they could have possibly recycled that.
Yeah, they did, because the blood on the floor was from Hifumi.
Oh yeah, when Hifumi relocates
Yeah.
to the... Yeah, okay. Alright, so in that case, I guess they made no new assets for it,
No.
but it was still a pretty wild ride. I do like the scenario, and I do like the redemption art from Mukuro. It was nice. And the irony of Leon saving Sakia is...
It's like, oh yeah.
It's hilarious. The irony is powerful. That was really funny.
It was good. It was really good. Yeah. Do you want to take a quick 5-minute break before getting into Ultra Despair Girls?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okie dokie. Let me get that set up ready. Move to this screen, and then where's the game? Oop, wrong thing. Okay, and then bring up Ultra Despair Girls. Let's see. Okay, hopefully the music isn't super loud. Let me see here. And then I need to change okay, that's the thing I need. Okay. Gotta update the stream. There we go. That's an update and make sure it looks. Let me check. Double check my thing looks okay. Okay, there we go. Make sure that looks right. And then go ahead and switch it to this. Oh, okay. No, I have to fix that. Okay. Oh. There we go. I fixed it. Yay! And then I need to share screen here. There we go. Okay, and I'm gonna have a bit of a water.
Oh man.
Yup.
That's a title screen.
Very, very different.
Even the music is really like way out there.
Oh yeah, that's a little different than they usually are. Ugh. Do a quick little stretch for me.
Is this like the origin story of the two sisters, Junko and Mukuro?
No.
No?
You'll see where it is soon enough. Ugh. Do a little neck stretchy. Okay. I think we are ready to roll for Ultra Despair Girls Danganronpa, another episode. Hopefully it's not too loud. I feel like it's loud. I don't know if it's loud or not. Okay, whatever. There's no like options in this screen. Let's just do the easy mode.
Genocide mode.
Yeah, we'll just do that. So, oh. With auto camera, you can automatically follow the character you're controlling. With manual camera, you can control the camera with the mouse. This may change an option later on, so choose the one you like to for now. Okay, I guess auto? I guess? No, I can't pause, okay.
According to what I've heard, the world is round. But is that really true? Earth might have the shape of rock candy. Like that spiky lump of sugar your grandma would wrap in a tissue. But I don't really know for sure. It's not like I've actually seen the shape of the Earth. In the same way, I've never actually seen most things that are considered common knowledge. Common knowledge in what we take for granted. We base our lives around such uncertain things. Well, not that it matters for me. I mean, my world isn't even big enough to worry about stuff like the shape of the Earth or common knowledge.
Jackie?
In fact, it's pretty small. So small that it's actually a little funny. This is my world. This two-bedroom apartment that I live in is my world. My life doesn't extend beyond these walls. But it's not like I'm a shut-in or anything. I am actually imprisoned inside this room. My name is Komaru Naegi. I'm a completely normal high school girl who lives an abnormal daily life.
Makoto's sister?
Yup.
She's,
Right.
she's even got the hair standing up.
Let me out! Let me out of here! Hey! Jeez! Ever since my imprisoned life began, this pointless defiance became my morning routine. But it was only at the beginning that I was seriously crying and yelling. It's been a year and a half since my imprisoned life began. Can you believe it? A year and a half! So long that I've become completely used to this life. It's frightening how well humans can adapt. I've learned that firsthand through this imprisonment. But it's not like I've completely given up, of course. If I had, I wouldn't do things like change my uniform every morning. I just don't want to get my hopes up too much. Because through this imprisonment, I've learned too much about the horrifying despair that always follows hope. Huh? Jeez, it's finally breakfast! It's about time, I'm starved in here! But anyway, about this whole imprisonment. Unfortunately, even I, the victim, have no clue whatsoever. Ever since I've been taken by strange people into this strange place, I wanted Japanese style this morning. Receiving meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is the only communication I have with the outside. I haven't seen the culprit's face or even heard their voice. I still don't even know why I'm imprisoned here. But regardless of how abnormal and unfair the situation is, this is my world and my daily life now, so it can't be helped. See? Sucks, right? My story ended before it even began. It's not like I still have hope that something sudden will happen after all this time. Huh? What? What happened? Could it be? Did someone come to rescue me? Please, save me! I'm trapped in here! I'm begging you! Please, save me! I don't want to live this life anymore! Please open the door!
Plot twist, she's being saved by Wolverine.
Worse.
You unbearable puns.
Oh boy.
Wait, what's going on? Get away from me!
Let's see about how do I control. Okay. Hi. Bye. See you later.
There's the elevator!
These don't look great. These are all on fire, yo.
Why is there a fire?
Oh.
I can't get through!
Can't go that way. Guess, this way. Another fire. Oh.
A bear? A black and white bear?
Yes.
What should I do? What should I do?
Run.
Someone help me! Hurry! Come on, hurry!
Yes, there's like 3D aspects in this game. Yay!
Yeah.
You must be Komaru Naegi. Future Foundation 14th Division, Byakuya Togami. Don't get the wrong idea and start crying. I'm not the one who imprisoned you here. Actually, I'm here to rescue you.
Fun rescue.
Future Foundation received intel that a captive was imprisoned somewhere inside this building.
Future Foundation?
It would appear that intel was correct. However, what is the meaning of this? What are all these vermin Monokumas doing here?
Monokuma?
No matter how you look at it, the timing is just too perfect. Just as we show up, a riot breaks out. No, they must have known we were coming.
A riot?
Perhaps the intel itself was a trap to lure us here.
What do you mean, riot? What's going on outside? And that black and white bear thing back there, what was that? What's going on?
So you don't even know Monokuma? That kind of ignorance must be nice. He was just like that the first time I met him.
Him?
You really don't know anything, do you? I guess I'll tell you. But it will have to wait. Now's no time for talk.
Huh?
Ugh.
There's more of them. A lot of more of them.
More of them! What should I do?
Should. Do you really have an option other than run? It's a hacking gun developed by Future Foundation. It shoots program codes with electromagnetic waves. It appears to be effective against these Monokumas. Though you should have discerned that from the test shot. Read the operation instructions included with the gun. You're on your own from here.
What? What do you mean?
You can run, can't you? I'm busy now. Now that I've seen these annoying bears, I can't just leave them be.
Run? But where would I go?
A member of Future Foundation is on standby at the restaurant across the street. Hurry up and go! You're just in the way here.
You just like stood there and monologued while his whole team got torn apart by Monokumas.
Yep.
Good job, Byakuya. I wouldn't want to work for you.
Here it is!
Good boy. Uh-oh. That's fine.
Oh,
Yeah, that's fine.
What is going on?
You know, it's a normal Tuesday.
Help! Someone help me!
this is somehow fine.
A table for one?
Huh? Bear attack!
A bear?
Bears! Bears everywhere!
Miss, now
Call the
please.
military! Paramedics! Hurry! If we don't hurry!
Miss, please keep your voice down. You're disturbing the other customers.
Who cares about that? Hurry!
All right, fine. Please, just be
excuse me,
quiet,
ma'am.
okay?
One order of...
Relax and stay calm. I'm hungry. Hello? Police? Some suspicious girl is...
Yeah, about that.
Someone help me!
Emergency! Riots are breaking out all over Toa City! Take refuge immediately! I repeat, citizens of Toa City, take refuge!
You say that, but... What should I do? They're gonna find me! I gotta escape. I gotta get out of here.
Alright, let's see how this controls. Okay, time for a tutorial. Fine. If you press the right mouse button, you ready the hacking gun? Okay. The mouse focuses the rectangle. Gotcha. If you press the left mouse button with the gun out, you fire the truth bullet. Aight. And then there's different. I press the F key. Okay, F key. Bullets. Switch bullets 1 to 8 key. Okay. Switch bullets outside the menu with the 1 to 8 key. Okay. By using all the automatically killed bullets against the Monokumas. Okay.
This makes no sense. Why is this
okay.
happening?
What? Why isn't it? Well, I have infinite ones right now, so because it's tutorial still.
This gun is amazing. I'm definitely gonna get out of here.
I like how when the Monokumas show up, everything gets slightly darker.
They're dead.
It's,
They're all dead. What's with this bear? Jeez, enough already, someone!
Oh, did I get them all?
Save me!
Okay.
What is this? What is going on? Huh? Who's there?
It's the TV.
I'm a zombie!
We're gonna eat ya! Oh no, please don't eat me!
Hey, Masaru, do zombies really say rawr like that? I'm really having trouble getting past that, you know?
Who cares? I told you, style is important for this kind of thing.
I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat. Please don't eat me. Please don't violate me. Please don't humiliate me. Kitty porn is a no-no. Wait. Hey, play with
What are these kids doing with that body?
Hey, what are you doing? Be more serious.
Didn't I tell you this broadcast was important? This is the Warriors of Hope's keynote address.
Jeez, what are you so mad about? Oh wait, I bet you want to play zombie too, huh, Nagisa?
Stop that! Can you come over here? Please stop! Citizens of Toa City, nice to meet you. We are the Warriors of Hope. We are the masters of Mr. Monokuma. This town. This dirty, lame, worthless, pathetic, good-for-nothing town that's nothing more than a penal colony for filthy criminals. It is on this site that we've decided to build a paradise of children, for children, by children. And therefore, all of you adults will no longer be needed. Goodbye!
Intro start!
Dananronpa. When she walked to the restaurant, did we see
Coco
Hajime
Fukawa.
sitting at the table?
No.
It looked like him.
He did look kind of like it, but he didn't have the hair. The little hair thing.
Yeah,
Around a year and a half ago, a certain incident completely changed the world. Apparently, the origin of the incident was a student movement at a certain school, but the school covered it up, so it was too late when the world finally realized. It grew out of control, becoming a monster that swallowed the entire world. It couldn't have just been some riot or student protest. It had to be something far deeper. That much should be obvious. It did come from Hope's Peak Academy, after all. Eventually, the incident grew so much in strength and scale that it threw the world into despair. Theft, arson, brutality, murder, the violent crime rate went off the charts. Violence spawned revenge, which fueled more violence, driving the crime rate even higher. Before long, a global war broke out. A war not for land or ideals, but only for the sake of war. A war that tainted the world with despair. But even with all this evil and chaos, I had complete faith in my world. And even when it felt like I was falling, I kept believing. It's still okay. It's all right. Then, I found out that 7 of my classmates had died suspiciously. I fell further still. But even then, I kept telling myself, it's all going to be fine. Don't be afraid. But the realization that it was too late came to me like the ground rushing up to break my fall. A group of men I had never seen before broke into my house and separated me from my family. The world I had been living in up to that moment collapsed. Everything changed. And since that horrible and unjust imprisonment, a year and a half passed. I was supposed to be a normal high school girl, but instead, I became a complacent prisoner. And what was waiting for me at the end of that despair was a despair even deeper, even worse. There's no use in keeping hope. That's what I was forced to realize. happen, I would have stayed in my room forever. I gotta run. That's right. That Byakuya guy said that someone is supposed to be here, right? They're supposed to be here.
Second. Oh.
That suit. It's the same as that Byakuya guy's. Are you alright?
Who are you? You shouldn't be here. Hurry up and run.
You're from Future Foundation, right?
How did you know?
I was told by a guy named Byakuya Togami to meet you here.
Could you be? Are you a captive? Go to the park. Head through this door and go straight down the road. There should be a Future Foundation helicopter there. Hurry, go!
But what about you?
Hurry! You gotta get out of here.
I'm sorry.
Hey, over here! I'll take you all on!
I'm so sorry. The town. It's in ruins.
So we're a side scroller now, huh?
Yep, well, right now we are.
Dad! Mom! Makoto!
Just so we can see all the shit going on. Hey, helicopter.
Are you people from Future Foundation? This guy called Byakuya Togami said that you guys could rescue me.
What is your name?
Komaru. It's Komaru Naegi.
Looks like that information about a captive in this town was correct.
So, where is Byakuya Togami? Is he safe?
He told me to run, so I haven't seen him since.
I see. I can't reach him, so I thought he might be in danger. But then again, this is Byakuya Togami we're talking about. I'm sure he can handle himself.
But there was someone from Future Foundation getting attacked in the restaurant back there! Please, you have to go save him!
Understood. I'll go back for him.
I hope he can make it in time.
What exactly is going on here? I still have no idea what's happening. I don't know who you are, or where I am, or anything.
I see. Well, we don't have much time, so I'll give you the short version. First off, we're from an organization called Future Foundation. We're trying to help the world recover from the incident. You know what I'm referring to?
Incident?
It's behind your imprisonment. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. It was more than just an incident. It shook the foundations of society to the core. And it wasn't just one. Various incidents broke out all over the world. And then the war. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history includes that, too. Because of all of this, the world just crumbled. But in all that chaos, Future Foundation is trying the best we can to bring hope back to this world.
Oh, and as for this town,
Are you alright? Are you following?
Yeah. It's just a lot to take in, that's all. It's hard to hear.
I'm sorry, but you need to know. This town is an island off the coast and controlled by a powerful IT corporation. It's commonly called Toa City. Toa City used to just be a nickname, but now it's what everyone calls it.
ever since the government stopped functioning due to the tragedy, Toa Group and their cutting-edge technology are running the show here.
Toa Group is a corporation that played a huge role in rebuilding the world. Ever since the tragedy, air pollution has made a lot of the planet uninhabitable. But Toa Group developed an air purifier that can clean massive quantities of air at a time. They invented it only 3 months after the safety order to stay indoors was given. Even after all this time, people all over the world are still clamoring for it.
But the clean air isn't the only thing that draws people to this town. Because of Toa Group's influence, this city has suffered far less damage than others.
And because it's relatively unaffected by the incident, it's of special interest to us.
But this kind of riot going on in Toa City, this is something we never anticipated.
So it's a riot? Why is something like this happening?
Honestly, even we have no clue whatsoever about what's happening here. Where those Monokumas came from, why they're attacking the city, and that broadcast by those creepy kids. None of it makes any sense at all.
The only thing we know for sure is that something horrible is happening here.
We need to get more intel, but our priority is to escape. We need to leave, at least for now.
Yeah, you're right. We need to hurry and escape. We'd probably get killed in a place like this. And, I want to see my family again. It's been so long,
Oh, about your family.
Hold it. What was that? Do you hear that?
Convenient.
Is that singing?
Over there!
A kid?
Get back!
This way! Get on!
This is a problem.
Yeah, being kidnapped again.
Yep. Uh-oh.
What do they want with her? Is it because she's Makoto's sister?
Oh, you'll find out.
Hey. Can you hear me? Are you okay? You look completely exhausted.
Oh man.
Who are you?
Me? Oh, my name's not really important. After all, I'm just a lowly servant. I had heard this town would be safe, so I came here to seek refuge. Then, the riots.
Look who it is. Can you believe it?
He ruins everything, doesn't he?
Who knows? And his name is Servant.
Yeah, servant. Sure.
And on top of that, I get captured by them. I've seriously got no luck at all. But because I pleaded for my life, they allowed me to live as their servant. I'm being rude. Enough about me. Let's talk about you. Either you
Hand is
truly are
gloved.
completely exhausted, or you're simply afraid to wake up and face reality.
Yep, his left hand is gloved.
You were asleep for full
Sus.
2 days.
Yep.
A full 2 days?
A full 2 days. More than enough time for the world to change completely. Yes, even our world can change just that quickly. Like a watercolor painting caught in the rain. Ah, but you're more concerned about yourself than the world right now, correct? You're wondering what's to become of you now that you're trapped here in this place.
What's going to happen to me?
Apologies. Your reaction was so normal. It surprised me a little. You honestly don't have a single unique characteristic.
Right back at you, Naruto.
Well, no need to be depressed about it. This world is filled with unremarkable people. And the only one capable of empathizing with common, boring people is a common, boring person like yourself. So that's why you pass.
What are you talking about?
Well, that is just my personal opinion. It doesn't matter to them at all. Which means I'll need you to take a proper test.
A test?
But before that, I'll return this to you.
The hacking gun!
I borrowed it from you without permission. Sorry. But I absolutely had to analyze its capabilities. It sure is an amazing little machine. A device that forcibly hacks machines by shooting program codes with electromagnetism. However, it was a bit too powerful. I made a few modifications for game balance purposes.
Fourth wall, huh?
Oh, no need to worry. You'll have the opportunity to upgrade it later.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I understand how you feel, but it's about time you started the test. If you can safely make it all the way to where everyone is waiting, you pass.
Everyone?
You'll meet them when you get there. However, even after you meet everyone, be sure to keep that gun of yours a secret. If you don't want to die, that is.
I'll be going on ahead.
Hey.
What the heck? What is going on now?
Just normal things.
So I guess at this point, I'm asking, is Nagito trying to do the despair thing to us, or do the hope thing to us, or the hope thing then despair, or the despair then hope? Like, what's he going at right now? What mode is Nagito in right now? Is he in going for hope mode, or I've been conquered by despair mode? Yeah, okay. It's like you never know with that guy. He can shift gears at a moment's notice, and you never know what gear he's in.
Tavern tutorial looks like you've obtained moves. A truth bullet that can activate some machines with superpowered hacking magic. Turn on that power panel on the red light. Oh, and I know you probably remember, but you can press the F key to change ammo. Okay, thank you.
To be fair though, Nagito only has 2 settings. Hope and despair. He only has 2 gears.
It's unlocked.
No, he only has one setting. It's hope.
He can be. I thought he goes corrupted and gets despaired and all that.
But even then, he was was still like being like hopeful, kinda.
Hoping for despair.
Yeah, I think. I don't know how exactly he was. But I think he craved for despair, even though he doesn't really want it. Kind of thing.
Okay.
Because like he even said he hates Junko, because he said he hated Junko, but yet he still cut off his own hand to put on her hand.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So it's very interesting situation with Nagito. The red light, okay. Shoot that weak point with a break. Okay. Okay.
There it is again.
Uh-oh.
The gun.
Headshot.
Weaker.
Yep. Or an eye shot.
Is this the game balance that guy was talking about?
Yeah, so now I have ammo. Yeah, because I think you do get like bonus for hitting them from behind too, or whatever.
Is there a finite amount of Monokumas that spawn in an area?
I think so. Yeah.
I would think so if they give you a limited amount of ammo.
Yeah. I think. Cause I was just bringing up like a guide thing where it was like.
Is this the right way?
How to find certain secret stuff. So it came from in here. Yeah, so I need to go this one. Yeah, I can run. Okay. Said somewhere down a long hallway. Oh no. Oh.
Did I just get locked in?
Yes.
Maybe I should try to move something again. Go up to the room past the stairs.
I honestly never expected a game from the Danganronpa series to be a third-person shooter.
Yep. Hello.
You're those kids. The kids who were on TV.
Oh man, I'm famous. I'd autograph your back anytime.
I can only write using a chisel. But if you don't mind that, I can sign your back too.
We accept presents as well. I'm always in the mood for sweets. However, salty flavors are no good. Those disgusting tastes are never worth putting in your mouth.
I want to drive a train someday, but can't. I want to go inside a chimney.
Welcome, big sis. I'm so happy you came, meow. Oh, that's right. Big sis doesn't know us yet. Well, I guess we should start with introductions.
Alright, let's start with me, the leader. I'm the leader of the Warriors of Hope, Hero Class Masaru Daimon. I always give 100%. My favorite class was gym, so they called me Lil Ultimate PE. Aha! A hero, the leader, and the Lil Ultimate PE. I even impressed myself.
You're far too boastful to be a leader. A true leader is calm and dignified.
But I am the leader. We all agreed on it.
All he did was win rock, paper, scissors.
Doesn't matter. I'm still the leader. I won, so I'm the leader. The leader!
Fine, fine. You're the leader. Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am the sage, Nagisa Shingetsu. I am the vice leader of sorts. During my time at Hope's Peak Elementary, I was known as Little Ultimate Social Studies.
Huh? Hope's Peak? You mean that Hope's Peak?
Why should that surprise you?
I didn't know there was an elementary school affiliated with the academy.
Such an ignorant woman.
He locked her up. He can't exactly, you know.
Who's next? Perhaps Jotaro?
Wait. Before I go, can I practice introducing myself? What was I gonna say? I'm the priest, Jotaro Komori.
And you specialize in arts and crafts, making you Little Ultimate Art, correct? Moving on.
You said what I was gonna say. The whole thing. Oh, my chest itches. I wish I could scratch it raw, reach inside and scrape my nails on it.
Your speeches are always too long. It's like how an elephant's nose is so long. But then again, giraffe necks are long too. And also waiting for a plane takes too long, and spring break is too long. Well, anyway, don't worry about Jotaro. He's a latchkey kid. It made him a bit mental. It's not that I dislike latchkey kids, though. Some kids say they have magical powers. Isn't that awesome? You might get caught inside a magical parallel universe! Oh, sorry for the late introduction. My name's Kotoko Utsugi, and I play the role of fighter. I was called Lil Ultimate Drama, but that was a long time ago, so I'll leave that part out. My favorite food is peeled chestnuts. My least favorite food is unpeeled chestnuts. Aren't you surprised? They're both chestnuts! And hey, did you know? Kangaroos can jump backwards! And believe it or not, snakes have ears! Ew!
Yes, that's all very nice. Our next introduction is Monica.
Okies! Monica is a mage. And when I attended elementary school, I was called the Little Ultimate Homeroom. I'm sure you're familiar with it, right? Homeroom? Monica Monica just loves homeroom. The first hour of the day when we can share our thoughts. And that is why, even in the Warriors of Hope, I'm the life of the party. But you are familiar with the Warriors of Hope. No? The Warriors of Hope are heroes who save the world from demons. Isn't that amazing?
We're a party of heroes that hunt down demons, but nobody really wants me in the group.
And I'm the party leader, which makes me the #1 king of this town.
You kids are just joking, right? With demons and kings.
Joking around?
I mean, you guys are just kids, right? For a bunch of kids to be doing this kind of stuff.
Just kids?
Huh?
Aw, that's the only thing I can say. Just aw. Since you're about to be, we were thinking, well, doesn't matter. You're clearly a demon.
Adults, children, the power structure remains the same. The subjects have merely been switched. With our Monokumas, you'll be nothing more than a squashed bug beneath our feet.
Splattered like the sound of bloody chopped meat. Intestines falling out of you like sausages.
Oh, stop that, Jotaro. If you say it like that, she'll think we're joking.
Huh? Our Monokumas? So the ones controlling those Monokumas out there are...
That's right! Isn't it so cool? The Monokumas obey any order we give them.
All thanks to Monika's magic.
Yeah, that's our mage. She can use magic even without magic circles.
Thank you, everyone. You're so nice. Yeah! Monica's smile is so adorbs. Oh, I just want to smother you in syrup and eat you up.
No! Stop it! Stop!
Stop? Which part?
If what you're saying is true, please stop all of this!
We will not. We will never stop until we've completed our paradise.
Paradise?
Oh, you didn't hear our address? A paradise made of children, by children, for children.
We're gonna kill all the adults in this town and make a paradise just for kids. Isn't it awesome? No school or homework in paradise. Woohoo!
Why must fireflies die so young?
And since our paradise is for children only, there won't be any more pedophiles either.
But can we keep the ice cream store? The ice cream didn't do anything wrong.
What are you saying? What are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't have to make any sense. That's all. If Monica wants it, it happens. That's how it is.
Uh-oh. This is bad. Monica's mad.
It's going to be all right, Monika. Please, don't get upset. It's all going according to plan.
That's right. If Monica says it, then white is black, cats are dogs, and, what else?
Oh, please don't get mad. We'll kill a lot of adults, see? So just smile, okay?
Hey, how dare you make Monica mad? That's the last straw. As the leader, I'm gonna hunt you down.
Hunt?
Let us play a game. You will be our demon prey.
It's a really fun game. A godly game.
It was Monica's idea, after all.
And the name of the game is... Ta-da! Demon hunting! Demon hunting is a game where you release demons into Toa City. They're the targets. It's a super fun game where the Warriors of Hope fight to see who takes down the demon first.
Wow, that sounds super fun! And our very own Monica came up with it! See, Monica? We're going to play our special game! No need to be upset now, right? Yes, yes! So exciting! Let's do it! Come on, hurry up and let's do it!
No. By target, you mean?
You, hurry up and prepare the device.
What is this?
This wristband is a custom-made device given to the targets of the game. It would be best if you didn't try to remove it. Any tampering with it, and you'll go boom.
Boom!
Okay then. Now we're ready.
All right, let's go hunting.
Wait, hold on! This is a prank, isn't it? You're just kidding around!
You've seen what we've accomplished so far. This is no joke. For an adult, you sure are dense.
No, you don't understand! I'd be no good at this game! If you throw me into that town, I just get killed immediately. That's no fun, right?
Ooh, so modest! But we know you don't die easy. You passed that test earlier.
That was only because I have this gun.
Anyway, that test was splendid. It was amazing how you were able to evade those Monokumas and make it this far. I guess it's all thanks to my advice from earlier.
He's trying to help us.
Yeah.
Advice from earlier?
Yeah, trying to
Don't tell him about the gun.
Yeah. Because obviously they're gonna take it.
However, even after you meet everyone, be sure to keep that gun of yours a secret. If you don't want to die, that is.
Hey, no talking without the leader's permission. You're just a servant. Next time you talk without getting the okay from me, I'm gluing your mouth shut.
That is quite a scary thought.
Well, let's get on with it.
Why?
What?
Why are you doing something so cruel? I didn't even do anything bad.
Oh, jeez, you're too funny! I'm laughing so hard my cheeks hurt!
We play the games because they're fun. Duh.
That's the only reason.
You're only surprised because you aren't used to this way of doing things. This is just what we like. We do it because it's fun. And that truly is the only reason.
Searching for meaning in the meaningless is for adults. Children are untainted by such futility. But to tell you the truth, I would rather not play this game. There is still much work to be done to build our paradise, yet here we are playing games.
Why? Why don't you stop?
We cannot do that. This is Monica's game. She said she wants it done, so it will be done.
Monica is the princess. Everyone on our team tries to grant the princess's wish.
And I love what Monica loves.
So that's basically the situation.
Thank you, Nagisa. Even though you're so busy, you did all this work for the sake of my game. I'll have to bake you some delicious cookies later as thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Aw, that's so not fair! I want to eat Monica's cookies too!
Hey, Monica. What about me, the leader?
adults see this as abnormal. But who cares what adults say? Also, Kamaru Naegi, in your current situation, you don't have the right to say a thing. You cannot choose your path. Because this place you're in, it isn't a path at all. What? You are not on a path. You are falling into an abyss. The darkness
Raptor.
gaping open beneath your feet. You are just going to fall and fall. Can't you feel the pull of gravity? What do you mean?
She means this.
Whee!
Of course. Like brother, like sister, I guess. Falling down the trapdoor and still living.
Hmm. Well, they don't want her to die yet.
Yeah, it's no fun, right?
Yeah, they gotta hunt her.
A child's ears are wonderful ears. A child's eyes are adorable eyes. A child's mouth is a great big mouth. Why is it so big? To gobble up the demons.
Oh, shut up.
All right, game on.
Let's say this particular demon will be worth an extra high score because it upset us.
Then it looks like I'll win when I catch it.
A game is different than reality, so that means even I can actually win.
My! It's rare to see Jotaro so pumped, but it also makes him extra gross.
That don't matter. At the end of the day, the one who wins is gonna be me, the leader.
Now, it doesn't matter who wins. Just make sure you don't fight while playing the game.
Well, anyway, do you guys want to get a cola or something?
Ooh, a soda sounds great. Someone go buy some. Leader's orders.
And just like that, the pieces are in place. All that's left now is to wait for the despair. I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Do your best, Miss Protagonist. With your lack of distinct characteristics. So common, so dull, so boring.
We're the everyman, just like our brother was. And we're trying to see if we can inspire hope. Is that it?
Maybe.
You know, be really like happy with
Hmm.
if our gun was like, I don't know if you've ever played the game, but there's a game called Singularity where you have something that manipulates time. If we had like an aging bullet in our gun and shot at the kids, so they all became adults, and then they'd have to either abandon their ideology or die because they're adults now, and by their own philosophy, they are bad, right?
I guess. But no, our gun's just a hacking gun.
Lame.
Oh.
Yeah, kid needs to invent a time machine or something, though. I don't know.
Please help me, please help me, please help me, please help me, please help me.
As soon as I saw scissors, I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what it is.
Oh, killing these things just doesn't light my fire!
Found you. Hey, you! You're Kamaru Naegi, right? Right. Isn't that right? You're not even tell me. I'll cut you into pieces and line you up at the meat counter.
That's right! I'm Komaru Naegi! Oh no, there's more of them!
Man, what a pain.
So that Monokuma is some kind of automaton robot. I see. No wonder it sucks more than the other one. Well, that's modern technology for you. I mean, it's not like this is sci-fi or something. It's borderline sci-fi at most. Yes, madame. What business do you have with me? Are you here to rescue me?
Dekamaru, was it?
Chikumaru.
Yeah, it's close, definitely.
Komaru Naegi!
And where's Master Byakuya? You know where he is, right?
Huh?
That gun you're holding. Oh, it's dripping with the Master's scent.
You can smell it?
You got a death wish or something? Hiding Master from me will cut your life expectancy.
No, I'm not hiding it.
10, 9, 8, 7.
What are you doing?
If you don't give me my master by the time I get to 0, I'm gonna cut you like wet mochi. 4, 3, 2.
Oh, hold on! I really don't know it!
What?
Who are you?
She's more terrified now than before.
Oh, wait, don't tell me. You're Kamaru Naegi, aren't you? I got it
Wait,
right.
hold a second. On her leg, is that her kill count?
Yeah, that's her kill count. From when she was, like, killed people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Like, that's how you write the number 5 in Japanese. And it's, like, 5, like, strokes. So, oftentimes, you know how we do, like, dash lines where you, like, do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then do an X across it?
yeah,
It's kind of like
yeah.
that, but they're, like, doing each stroke for the number.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I just told you that. Oh, did you? I can't help it, you know? I don't share memories with her.
Her? Memories? Jeez, stop saying stuff that makes no sense. Everything is confusing enough as it is. At least tell me whether you're an enemy or a friend.
Well, you can call me your ally.
Then come on! If we don't hurry, we're gonna get attacked!
It's alright.
Huh?
No, it's alright. I can do it because I made a promise with him.
Oh yeah, these.
Toko.
Tension. Toko's fantasy.
Yes.
Oh, that ability is not a curse, it's a talent. An amazing talent that holds incredible possibilities.
Master, thank you. Thank you very much.
Master that talent. Do it for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely accurate.
Yeah, totally exactly what happened.
Are you okay? Like I said, it will be all right. I can make good use of her now. I've learned a lot since then. We're gonna take them all down right here, right now. I'll smash them to pieces. Let's go. Omaru Naegi.
Close.
Omaru?
Alright, time for a tutorial. Press the C key. Okay. You will switch to the Genocide Jack. Not only does she not take damage, but she uses super strong attacks as well. Press left mouse button to attack and shift key to evade. Hold left mouse button for a special attack, or a special skill. Also, you can focus on enemies with the right mouse button, and if you press either the space key or the circle key, clearly you can unleash super powerful slash list. Feel free to try it out. Okay.
Kid. Okay, interesting.
So probably gonna be using this a lot.
He doesn't take damage, and she murders everything. Gotcha.
And this is the special attack thing.
God.
Don't think I remember that attack. Oh well.
I can hear the copyright claims in here. Stealing a spirit bomb.
Yep. How'd you like using Genocide Jack? Oops, I forgot to mention, there's a time limit for using Genocide Jack. Use up the batteries in the top left of the screen and you'll automatically revert to Toko. Also, you can't just use slash less immediately. Charge less gauge on the bottom right. It's fully. Okay. Okay.
That was all of them, right?
Amazing. That was amazing.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, the way that she makes herself turn into genocide, she has a taser, and she tases herself.
Oh, okay, so she literally knocks herself out.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, interesting.
What was that just now? It's like you were a totally different person.
Too casual.
Huh?
Don't speak to me so casually, like I'm one of your friends or something. I'm your senior.
But you still haven't told me your name.
I'm sure you're just going to forget it right away. But it's Toko Fukawa.
Toko Fukawa.
Oh, sorry for having such a boring name. I bet you think it's perfect for a hag like me, right?
I don't think that at all. And anyway, what was that all about earlier? You were a completely different person.
I couldn't tell you.
What?
I don't remember. Didn't I already tell you? We don't share memories.
I don't really get it.
Ugh, it's like I said. I have a split personality. That girl was Genocide Jack.
okay?
You don't believe me, right? You think I'm just some filthy woman who's sick in the head. You're probably wondering how a stupid pig managed to learn how to talk, aren't you?
I don't think that's... Well, maybe the first bit? I mean, it's true that it's a little hard to believe, and I was pretty surprised. But if that's what you say, I believe you. It was a pretty drastic change after all.
You believe me just like that? What are you, stupid or something?
Well, what was I supposed to say?
Well, if you really are this stupid, that just makes this easier.
It's just... I feel like I've heard the name Genocide Jack somewhere before.
I see. So, you still remember. Well, no point in hiding it now. It was all over the talk shows back in the day, after all.
Talk shows? Wait. Could it be? No. Never mind. Couldn't be.
What?
It's just... I feel like I've heard a similar name on the news about some serial killer.
Yeah, that's the one.
What?
But that was just in the old days. I've completely tamed her since then. Master commanded me to discover the secret, and I learned the stun gun does the trick. And depending on how much shock I give myself, after a while I go back to my normal self. Isn't it great? It's all thanks to Master Byakuya.
Anyway, it seems like a good skill to have. With that power, we can get through them easy.
Don't be dense.
Huh?
Didn't I just say I need the stun gun to change? My brain would fry if I just did it over and over. I can't just use it at will like that.
Really?
Anyway, what is your relationship with Master Byakuya? Why do you have that hacking gun?
I was saved by him earlier. He gave this gun to me.
Saved? Master Byakuya saved you?
Your fate is sealed now. She's gonna off you. She's jealous.
I will protect Komaru Naegi. I swear it on my life. I swear in the name of the Togami family.
Oh.
You better not get ahead of yourself. Just because you're ugly. You know, in a cute way.
Why are you angry?
Remember this. I won't let anyone interfere in my romance with Master. I'm going to rescue Master, and then, in the heat of the moment, we'll...
Clearly she's into hand-holding.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, but Byakuya has literally no interest in her, besides being able to control her.
Yeah, she doesn't know that though, because she's too blind to see it, but let her continue to do that if it stops her from killing people.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. Byakuya was captured?
What, you just figured that out? Why would I even be here if it weren't for Master? He was probably ambushed by cowards. There's no way he'd just allow himself to be captured.
I see. So he was caught after all.
You better not feel responsible for this. Your guilt would be an insult to my master.
You're right. My worrying won't change anything.
What's with this chick? I can't believe I gotta take this kid to 6 o'clock.
What was that?
Nothing. And watch your mouth!
I'm so terribly sorry?
It's fine. You're a lost cause anyway. But more importantly, I want to hurry up and find Master. Now is not the time to relax.
You're right. We've got to get out of this building.
Well then.
Is this a good dropping off point?
Yeah, it should be in just a second.
Huh? Why do I have to go first?
You have Master's gun, don't you? But don't worry. When you're really in trouble, I'll save you. I can't have you dying on me. Now, come on! Stop staring off into space and get moving already! You're not dead yet.
Fine.
Oh wait, I want to pick these up first. Money! Oh wait, there's a save point. I can just go save there. Okay. Nope, okay, don't need that. Yes, this is the save point?
What is this? Training potty?
Yeah. So it's like a training like potty for kids, particularly in Japan, to make it like, you know, more fun. You know, make it a cute character thing that you can sit on, like kind of like it's like a carousel or something, you know.
It's just weird. Is it because all the main antagonists are kids, or
I think so, or it's just like
funny, haha?
yeah, funny, weird, and then she actually like sits on it.
Isn't your little buddy? Maybe you should try riding on it.
Hey, who are you calling a baby?
You're offended, but you're still gonna ride it?
This is surprisingly relaxing.
Seriously?
She's gonna be like, I want to try it now.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely get the carnival ride vibe thing from it. If you like stuck like a pole through the center of it and you stuck it on a carousel, I
Yeah.
can definitely see it being one of
But
those
they have
carnival
like,
ride things.
yeah, that's kind of like what they have for like in kids in Japan for, yeah, potty training, stuff like that. How do I, oh, how do I, no, how do I, how do I, I don't understand. Okay, maybe it just won't let me do that yet. Okay, we can just exit out, I'm assuming, and it'll be fine. But, yeah, if you want to stop here for the night, that is totally fine.
Yeah, I gotta get going and do some stuff before I go to bed here. I kind of got home and then showered and then Danganronpa. So yeah, I do have some stuff I gotta do before I go to bed.
That's fair. That is fair. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm still kind of in shock that it's a shooter game, an over the shoulder third person shooter game, and I was getting really big Resident Evil like Leon Kennedy vibes from Byakuya coming out of the elevator at the beginning of the game in a suit, and I'm just like, wow, this feels like Resident Evil. I was expecting, I don't know, I was expecting some zombie Monokumas or something at this point.
Well, there's a lot of different. There are different Monokumas because we already saw like the regular kind of ones that just had like the claws, but we also saw ones that were like on all fours.
Oh, so like the dogs in like Resident Evil are gonna get the Monokumas that are like faster and more vicious or something like
Well,
that?
we already saw them. They were like attacking the helicopter, not the one in the helicopter,
okay.
the one that were attacking.
Going over the play setters.
Yeah, the playground. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
That's actually kind of funny. Do we get like a nemesis one where they like a big dude who like follows us half the game or something, like stalks us? Because that would be kind of cool.
I don't think so, but there are like different Monokuma types.
Okay. All right. Well, that's nice. It's freshens it up a little bit, and clearly there are more than one. There's more than one playable character in the game. There's got to be more of them. I'm guessing, since you can toggle between Toko. All right. Just let me think there is. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right.
All right.
I will catch you next week or whatever. See you later, I guess.
See you later. Bye. Okay. So that is where I'm gonna leave it for tonight. I'm going to get some food. I'm kind of hungry. But thanks for hanging out and watching. We'll play more Ultra Despair Girls next week. I might try to get more like friendship thingies with from not from Danganronpa 2, just to get those through maybe. Yeah, don't know. But leave it all next week. Thanks for watching, and bye everyone. I'm just gonna end it. I'm not gonna try to find someone to raid. I'm lazy. I'm a lazy piece of shit. So, bye.